Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It is great to see so many people on the call. I think we have everyone for the most part here. There might be a couple people joining as we get started, but since we've got most of the group, we'll kind of go ahead and launch into our discussion for today. So Lisa, if you are on, I believe you are, if you could start the recording, we'll get going.
It started.
Beautiful, thank you. Let's see. And Lisa, if you could also monitor the chat. So as things come in, if there's anything that I need to know, just feel free to interrupt me or stop me so we can address questions or issues. Otherwise, you can handle any items that come in.
All right.
Thanks so much. All right, well, I'm so glad to have everyone here today. Full disclosure, I am wearing multiple hats. So I am single parenting with 2 at-home kids right now. So there will be a 2nd grader and a kindergartner attempting to homeschool directly behind me throughout the day. So we're gonna see how that goes. But really appreciate everybody being here, and we're gonna get started. Let's see if it'll scroll through. For some reason, the slides are stuck. There we go. Let's see if I start. There we go. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is know who is here today. So if you could please enter into the chat your first and last name. If your name appears differently on the participant list, if you could just indicate that so we can make sure to match up, and then your program name and number so that we know who all is in attendance today. So Lisa will track everyone's attendance and make sure that we all get into the right breakout rooms and things like that later, but also so that we know who was able to participate today. In terms of kind of some housekeeping items, so please remember to mute yourself when you're on Zoom. So we know it's been, what, 10 months or so of Zoom calls, so most people are experts at this point, but just to try to limit the background noise and any feedback from other people's devices, if you could just mute yourself when you're not talking, that would be great. People are free to show or hide your face, whatever you feel comfortable with. If you want to be on camera, great. If not, feel free to black out. When you are presenting, ideally, we'd ask that you show your face, but otherwise, feel free to do what you feel comfortable with. If you're calling in, be sure to enter your participant ID when prompted. And if you want to rename yourself, so if on the participant list, it's somebody else's name, if you're on somebody else's device or just a phone number, if you could rename yourself so that we can identify you more easily, that would be great. Let's see. We have scheduled breaks throughout the day, but we realize that, like me, some of you might be multitasking, and that this can be a long day, especially on a Zoom platform. So feel free to move around, stretch, tend to children, feed animals, anything else you might need to do. There are ways to indicate. So if you go to participants, click more, and then you can actually indicate that you're away so that we don't accidentally call on you if you're not currently in front of your screen. And then you should all have Lisa's email, but here's also her phone number. So I'm going to pause for a minute, and if anyone needs to write that down or email. If something happens, if you lose connection or you're having issues on your end getting somebody into the call, please reach out to Lisa and she'll help you with any logistics. So there's her information. Okay, so let's walk through our objectives for today. So we're starting with some kind of general logistics and welcome. and then we'll move into a summary of the core measures. So this is a discussion around some of those data items that we collected from all the programs throughout this round of PDSA. So we'll walk through what it is that we were trying to learn, how we were collecting that data, what questions were we asking, and kind of walk through some of those items. Then we'll start with some show and tell. So having each of the programs present their results from the second round of PDSA. We expect that it'll probably be about 15 minutes per group. So we'll do a handful of those to start. We'll then take a short break and then continue with those presentations until lunch, at which point we'll take an hour break, have some lunch, and then after lunch, we'll shift gears and start looking towards the third round of PDSA. So we'll start with some kind of review about PDSAs and the general CQI, the continuous quality improvement, and key drivers diagram review, kind of go through those and some tips and examples for developing these PDSAs. We'll review interventions and SMART aims and change theory diagrams. And then we'll break out into different groups with your programs to develop that third PDSA. So we'll talk about the plan and do components of the third round of PDSA. So you'll be in your own programs for that portion. We'll then take a break and then we'll reconvene at the end to share general plans for the PDSA. So your SMART aim, your change theory diagram, measures and plans. So this will be about a 10-minute run through of what you're planning to do, what you're hoping to do in this next round. And then we will finish with some wrap up. Before we get started on some of the content, we want to thank you, the COVID-19 frontline workers. We know that this has been an incredibly difficult time. I don't think anybody has not been impacted in a pretty significant way by what's going on with COVID. This was true last time we had a learning session. I think it's even more true today. So in terms of what people have had to deal with, we really appreciate, especially the home visiting providers. I know the C1 teams are not here today because they are still directly working with COVID, doing vaccines and other resources for families. Their services have been severely impacted by that, but all of the programs have been. And so we just want to take a moment to say thank you so much for all of the work that you do, especially during these challenging times. Okay, so before we launch into show and tell, we wanted to just review some of the core measures and what we have been looking at, what we've been trying to discover over the past 5 or 6 months. So the core measures are really a small set of key measures that align with the SMART aim and the key drivers. So when we think about what it is we want to improve, how do we want to change home visiting, change the families for the better over the course of the PDSA, we have these key measures that we are using to try to track that improvement. So we as an entire group, as an entire collaborative, this time around had an aim, well, the vast majority had an aim around improving father engagement. I know there were a couple of programs that elected to focus on family engagement more generally. But as a whole, the collaborative was really focused on, can we improve family engagement, particularly this father engagement? And so there were some key measures that we collected as part of our analytic team to try and understand, are we making some change? Are we improving engagement with fathers, both in their participation in home visiting and in their engagement with children more generally within their home? And so the grantee teams report on these measures every month, and the goal is to really see change over time at the collaborative level. So we think of this as at the group level, are we creating some change? And to do that, we really tried to improve, based on your feedback, some of the data that we were collecting, the really specific measures. So I know this is a lot of information. I know it's relatively small print. So let me kind of walk through each of these. The first thing that we wanted to collect was the percentage of families that received all of their expected home visits this month. So some of what we wanted to look at was family engagement as a whole, and then some of it was specific to fathers. So for these measures in blue, we're looking at specifically family engagement. So how many families received the expected visits? What was the percentage of total capacity served? So this was basically, here's your current caseload over what we expected that caseload to be. So were you reaching the full capacity of expectations? Then we looked at the percentage of families completing 3 or more months of visits. So that's the retention piece. So what percentage of families were still receiving services 3 months after enrollment? And we tracked the same thing at 6 months. So again, what percentage of families were still receiving services 6 months after they had initially engaged in services? So all of those measures were to tap into both engaging families in their visits and being able to retain them over time. Then in orange, we had measures focused more on the father. So we had the percentage of families where the father completed at least 1 visit. So we looked at how many active families do you have in your program and how many of those families had a father show up to at least 1 visit. We also looked at the percentage of successful outgoing father referrals. So number of outgoing father referrals with completion. So dad has taken some steps towards receiving services. We looked at the percentage of primary caregiver fathers recruited to home visiting. And then we had some very specific measures related to our SMART aim. So we looked at that core measure where we asked about fathers' engagement and mothers' kind of perceptions of that engagement. And we tracked over 1 month, 3 months, and 6 months where we seeing improvements in mothers' reports. So were mothers reporting that fathers were more engaged over time. And then we looked at the number of visits where father materials or content was covered with the mother or the father. So to see how often were these father kind of messages being embedded into the home visiting content. So we tracked that as well. By the way, feel free, in addition to the chat, if at any point people have questions or want to chime in, you're welcome to take yourself off mute and ask. No need to just continue to chat. You're welcome to talk in if you have a question. Okay, so now we're going to go into a little bit more depth about those core measures. So one of the things, as I mentioned, that we wanted to see was that general family engagement. So this is across all PAT programs. And I know this is a very busy graph. And sometimes I have gotten feedback that people can feel a little overwhelmed by graphs. So I'm going to walk through for every graph that we show exactly what the takeaway message is. So on the left-hand side, what you see is a percentage of reaching visit goals. So if there are a certain number of visits that your program is expected to have each month, did your program meet that goal? How close were they to reaching that goal? And what we see is a pattern. This thick gray line is the pattern on average across every PAT program. So we can look back as far as 2015, 2016, all the way to today and track how well are we doing with getting clients to complete as many, to reach as many visits as the program is expecting to have. So on the program level, are you having the number of visits that is expected given your caseload? And what we see is that overall, the pattern has been pretty steady. There was a drop here in 2018, which is when there were major budget cuts. So that is understandable that at that time, the visits went down. But since then, there's been a rising improvement over time. So it's gradual, but it is definitely a steady progression upwards where we're getting closer. We've passed this kind of 50% mark and are now probably closer to a 60% mark heading upwards. So that's a really good sign. So overall for PAT, the programs are getting closer to reaching their number of visits that they're trying to reach. When we look at safe care, we see a slightly different trend. But again, what you can see is there are far fewer lines here. So there's fewer programs that provide safe care. And so any program that's kind of at the extreme draws that trend line down a little bit more. So you can see a couple of programs recently have had some dips in enrollment and reaching those visit goals. And given the pandemic, that's probably to be expected. A lot of this looks like a downward trajectory since the pandemic started. Prior to that, we were seeing the exact same pattern of a steady increase over time. Okay, this is visit completion rate. So this is looking at, out of all the scheduled visits, how many actually took place? How many were completed? And what we see is across, again, this is statewide PAT programs. There's a pretty high level of completion. So we're at about a 75% rate. And that seems to be relatively steady. So across time, what we're seeing is generally about 75% of the visits that are scheduled actually take place. And what's really impressive, I think, given the pandemic, is that this didn't really shift as people moved into the virtual platform. So we don't see a dip as people started moving into Zoom or phone calls rather than in person. We're still seeing about a 75, in fact, a little bit more than 75% completion rate. And for safe care, we actually had some data all the way back out from 2012 through 2020. And what we can see here is that it's been a pretty solid upward trajectory ever since about 2016. And at this point, right now, the programs on average are around 80% completion, which is a pretty impressive completion rate. So both types of programs are hovering around 75 to 80% of those visits that are scheduled are in fact completed.
Dr. Milojevic, we have a question in the chat. What is the end date of all the data?
In terms of, do you know whose question that was? Because it'd be helpful to get clarification.
She wanted to know specifically about these graphs that you're discussing.
In terms of end date, Andrew, do you know the specific, was there like a date in December when we cut this off?
This was updated last Wednesday.
Okay, so this is all the way through last Wednesday. So that's when that data was cut off.
Helen, the one thing that I'll mention is typically the last dot or two on the plot is unreliable because it's incomplete data. So for example, so many of these are how well we performed in a given month. We're not through January yet, but January is likely plotted. And so it's going to look worse than the months before it.
Right, so it's sometimes there's, yes, exactly. In terms of when we pull the data, there might be a backlog of entering that data. So as David said, look at the general trend and don't worry too much about those end lines, especially where you see a huge drop off. That could be just a delay in seeing that data entered. Oh, did it freeze again? Okay. So then we move on, and this is the retention piece. So as I mentioned, one of the things we want to see is, in addition to engaging families in the services, we're obviously interested in how long do they stay in the program? Are they retained at 1 month, 3 months, 6 months? And I know that this is a lot of information. So again, really what we're trying to present to you is that general trend. So looking at that thick gray line for all three of these. And what we see, this is the 1 month over here to the left. And the pattern pretty much holds. And so what we're seeing is over 75% of those families that were engaged stay into the program at 1 month. And similar pattern, slightly lower, but relatively the same for 3-month retention. So again, hovering around that 75 mark. And even out into 6 months for PAT programs, we're seeing about 75% of families are still engaged. So really high retention across 1, 3, and 6 months. And we see similar patterns at the 1 month level for safe care. So what we're seeing is, again, probably upwards in the 85 to almost 90% engagement and retention across 1 month. It does dip a little bit lower, probably around 60% at 3 months, and about 50% are still in the program at 6 months. So those are the general patterns that we see for retention across 1, 3, and 6 months. And this is safe care across all the programs. All right. So those were the family engagement and retention measures. And as you know, we also initiated a new father engagement measure this round of PDSA. So I'll walk through what we did and what we saw. So we wanted to change the father engagement measure a bit. So from the last round of PDSAs, we received feedback on what was working and what wasn't. And one of the things that we found was that really there was a need to focus on the frequency of behavior rather than rating. So the core measure, and I'll show you some information about this, the previous core measure around father engagement focused on mother satisfaction. Were they satisfied with how often fathers were participating in home visiting and child rearing behaviors? And most of the moms indicated a pretty high level of satisfaction. So we wanted to shift to focus on frequency. So just how often were fathers actually doing these types of behaviors? And we also wanted to concentrate on struggles that providers hear most often. So some of the things that as a program whole we were hearing was that there was a lack of engagement in discipline practices. So fathers weren't as engaged in actually disciplining their child. There was a lack of trust and or opportunities to provide care. So fathers not necessarily providing care, or the mothers having a hard time trusting the fathers when they provided care. And there was an infrequent or inconsistent engagement in routine care activities. So things like helping the child get ready for bed, brushing teeth, eating meals, things like that. And we wanted an ability to assess family-specific concerns. So looking at, for specific families, which of those items, which of those routine care activities or discipline activities, what was it that that family seemed to be less happy with and maybe wanting to improve. So we were able at kind of an individual item level to look at differences across families. So the core measure had the same lead-in questions, and I know this is a lot of text, so I'll kind of give the highlights, which is to look to see first if the family had a father figure in the child's life. So we asked if the index child for the client had been born yet, and is there a father figure in this child's life that fits the definition provided? And we used a pretty broad definition. So the definition included was the male identified as most involved in caregiving and committed to the well-being of the child, regardless of living situation, marital status, or biological relation. A father figure may be a biological foster or adoptive father, a stepfather, or a grandfather. He may or may not have legal custody and may or may not be living in the home. So this was a really broad definition. And based on that definition, we asked, is there somebody in the child's life that fits that? And then, is this father figure available to participate in home visits or other program activities? So if there was a father figure, could he participate in these home visits or other activities like group connections? And then if not, if it was indicated that no, the father figure cannot participate, we wanted to know why. So was it a work issue? Was there some other type of conflict, or were they simply not interested? So we wanted to get the reasons behind the lack of participation. And then every other month, we asked that families with father figures answer these questions. So these were new items, again, based on the feedback. And we asked, when he is available during free time and not at work, how often does the father figure spend time with the child, change the child's diaper, or help manage bathroom activities and routines like toilet training, brushing teeth, bathing. How often does the father help with mealtime activities? So preparing meals or bottles, sitting with the child during meals, feeding the child. How often does the father use the mother's desired discipline practices? So placing a child in a timeout if that's what mom prefers to use when the child is misbehaving. How often does the father provide comfort? So hugging or calming the child when the child's upset, hurt, or sick. How often does the father figure care for the child by himself without the mother's help or supervision? And how often does the father help the child learn new things? And so for each of those possibilities, each of those questions, the response scale, they could say the father never does these things, rarely, sometimes, often, or always. Sorry, one moment. What's up? I don't know, just skip it, go to something else. So in terms of tracking the data, first we wanted to see the visits where we got father figure engagement data. So how often at the monthly level were we getting data on this? And as you can see, there's actually a pretty wide variety based on the program. So some programs were able to get quite a high number of visits with their father figure data, and some it was much lower. Part of that is program size. And part of that is some programs were focused on father engagement, whereas a few were not. And then we also look at the visits with father engagement data per completed visit. So if there was a completed visit, was father figure engagement data collected? And what we see is kind of across all the programs, a steady increase over time. So programs getting more father data over the course of the PDSA period, which was great. And again, high variability based on program, but the overall trend was improving over time. So that's great. So what I want to show you next is the reason why we shifted gears a little bit. So in the previous round of PDSA, we did a father satisfaction question. So how satisfied were mothers with the time the father spent with the child, with the father's co-parenting engagement, and with child rearing decision and responsibility. So these items were asked of mothers, and there was a scale from strongly disagree to strongly agree. What I want you to take away from these charts is that, first of all, on the whole, mothers strongly agreed that they were satisfied with what the dad was doing. That doesn't mean necessarily that the dad was engaging in a lot of time spent with the child, or there was high agreement in co-parenting. What it means is that the mom was satisfied with what was going on. So some moms might have different expectations than others. Some moms might not expect dad to spend much time with the child. So even if he only spends a little bit of time, she was completely satisfied with that. So we weren't really getting into how often was dad actually doing these behaviors, but just was mom okay with what the dad was doing. And on average, we got really high satisfaction scores. So it was kind of this ceiling effect where there wasn't enough room for improvement. If moms are already happy with what's going on, there's not much to change. There's not much to improve. And you can see across these three items, the score was essentially a 4 for all of them, meaning right here in this middle area of strongly agree to agree. That's what moms were saying. So that was one of the reasons that prompted us to change the core measure away from satisfaction to measuring these frequency of behaviors. How often did mom say dad was actually doing these things? So here's the new data, and there are going to be 2 slides with this, one for each. So we have all of the different items because we had 7 items that we asked about. And for example, you can see how often was father figure spending time with the child? And the mean here is pretty high. So it's actually even above a 4, it's 4.23. And what that means is that we were hearing that dads were spending quite a bit of time with the child. So you can see this high level of the dad is always with the child or often with the child. Then there were other questions though about, well, how often does father figure help manage bathroom activities and routines? And what we're seeing is, again, it's still a high level of agreement. Around 3.71 was the mean. So it is high, but it's not as high. There's a little bit more variability here. You can see that there are quite a few more families indicating never and rarely compared to what you're seeing over here. So it's showing a bit more sensitivity, a more range in the responses, which is what we were going for, trying to improve kind of the variability, the range of responses, and how sensitive we are to detect those differences. Same thing here with father figure helping with mealtime activities. So the mean is 3.84, but we're seeing kind of a range between high levels of saying always, but we still also have a decent amount reporting that he sometimes helps with mealtime activities. And even a good sized chunk saying he rarely helps. Same general pattern for these. I won't go into each one of them, but we have the discipline activity practices, comforting a child, caring for the child by themselves, helping the child learn new things. What we take away from this is that overall, this new measure is giving us more variability. We're seeing a greater range in the responses. Yes, we still get a lot of families saying dad is always doing these things, but we're also getting more families saying, well, sometimes he does, or rarely he does. So it is picking up on kind of more of a distribution of responses rather than the previous satisfaction measure, which just basically said, yeah, for the most part, everyone's really highly satisfied.
Helen, I have a question. This is Patty.
Hey,
Is that
Patty.
at the end, this data that you're showing is at the beginning of the CQI, or this is the end of the CQI when they're saying that always? And
This was all the data we received. Is that right, Andrew?
Yes.
Yes. So this is taking every bit of data we received on that father engagement. So from the beginning to the end, if we average it all together, here's what we're seeing. Does that help, Patty?
yes, thank you.
Welcome.
And then, you know, that's a good segue, Patty, because you're about to see the before and after. I think what
She
you're-
read our minds. Okay. So now we're going to talk about a little bit more of the core measures before we get into the presentations. So we'll talk about SMART aims and how we kind of using that core measure changed what we wanted to see. So I left what we had examined previously to focus on what we're interested in now. So this has been kind of a moving target. The SMART aim for father engagement for this round of PDSA was to significantly increase average involvement rating. So based on this new core measure, we wanted to improve and increase how often dad was participating in these activities. And this is a shift from trying to focus on an increase in the percent of families with satisfactory involvement. So again, taking that satisfaction piece out of it and saying just at more of a slightly more objective level, how often is dad engaging in these behaviors, and can we improve how often he's engaging in behaviors? So now this is exactly what Patty was asking about. This data is for the PAT programs, and this is looking, what we have here is a 1 month change in scores and a 3 month change in scores. So I'll walk through the 1 month first. And the blue line right here shows across all of the PAT programs what was the average change. And the average change was a slight increase in father scores from the first time to 1 month later. So right here, you can see the 0 mark. This is if there was no change whatsoever in any direction. So we're seeing across the programs a slight improvement in these father engagement scores at 1 month. So father scores going up. But as you can see, there is a wide difference depending on programs. So some programs reported significantly higher increases than other programs, and some had some reported decreases, but this is a 1 month span. At 3 months, we're seeing an even greater increase. So by 3 months, we're seeing the father engagement scores go up quite a bit more than where they were at that 1 month. So virtually all of the programs were reporting an increase in father engagement scores from that baseline to 3 months out. So a nice steady improvement in those father engagement scores. And then this is for safe care. And just to highlight that obviously there are fewer safe care programs and they are a little bit smaller. So there's a little bit more variability that you're going to see here, but we'll talk through that. So at the 1 month, we're seeing across these programs some pretty steady improvement in the father engagement score. So it bumped up a decent amount from that baseline to 1 month. And we did see at the 3 months this decrease, but this is one piece of data. It's an N of 1. So I wouldn't put too much weight in that. It's probably just a need for more data. But on the whole, we're still seeing an improvement in father engagement scores at that 3 month mark. So they are moving up. Okay. So that takes us through kind of at the core level across the collaborative, what are we seeing? And kind of the takeaway messages are that we're seeing pretty high levels of family engagement and retention. And that's particularly striking given the challenges of the pandemic. And we're also seeing that across the programs, we are improving and seeing an improvement in those father engagement scores. So fathers being more engaged over time with their family. That was moving up for PAT and safe care on the at kind of the general program level across the collaborative. So what we want to do now is give you all a chance to present what it is that you learned from your individual PDSAs. What were the key findings? What were the lessons learned? And so to do that, we'll do individual program presentations. So like I said, in terms of the schedule, we'll start with a few, kind of go through as many as we can, maybe 2 or 3, and then we'll take a break and then do the rest of them after that. Does anyone have any questions before we start the individual presentations? Okay, great. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop sharing on my end. And I wasn't sure the most fair way to do this, so I legitimately just put you in order alphabetically. So we're going to start with Bethany Public Schools. And so Amy, if you're presenting and you have your slides, you can pull them up. If anyone has trouble with their slides or would prefer us to pull them up, we can do that. But I figure it's probably easier for each individual presenter to pull up their own slides so they can go through it at their own pace. But if there are any issues, we do have them. And Amy, Geneva is on the call. So if you have any points where you want her to kind of jump in related to data, you can. Otherwise, you are welcome to take it away.
Okay. Can you see my presentation?
Yep, looks great.
Okay. Okay. So as you mentioned, we are Bethany Public Schools, Parents as Teachers. We are located in Oklahoma County. This is our 9th CQI project. We have been an affiliate for 21 years. We are contracted for 24 families, and our average visits right now are just 25 per month. They have tremendously decreased due to the pandemic. Now, did you want me to go through the whole presentation, or as you said, just the lessons learned, or?
Yes, if you can go through the whole thing.
Okay. Okay. So our primary driver was to increase father involvement in the child's life. And we were going to do this by providing an activity for the father to do with their child. We began July 1st, And our SMART aim was by December 31st, by asking mothers to provide evidence of an activity involving father and child, 30% of moms will report an increase in father engagement on the new survey. Our outcome measure was to monitor the mean in the father engagement surveys monthly. Our numerator was the number of families where the mother satisfaction with the father involvement has increased, and the denominator was a total number of qualifying families. Our process measure was, did the client send a video or a picture or a text message stating that they had completed an activity, yes or no? And then we tracked the number of activities that the father figure successfully completed with the child in 1 month. Some of our disruptor measures, these were reasons why 0 activities were completed. Either the mother refused to provide the father contact for us, the father not involved with the child, the father's work schedule conflicts, father refusal, relocating, illness, or the father residing outside the home. So our change theory diagram was to encourage moms to get the dad to do the activity with the child and then record that activity. So some disruptors were if there was no father figure available, or if the father said he did not have time to complete the project. So if dad received the activity to do with the child, they completed the activity together, the mother videoed the activity or took a picture. One thing we found was that some parents don't have phones with enough data capability to do videos. So that's why we accepted pictures or text messages as well. Sometimes there's cases that the family didn't follow through with sending the video, but hopefully the video was sent, and in the end, father engagement was improved. Both educators implemented the change. All families with an available father figure participated. Moms were asked to record a video or take a picture or send a descriptive text message confirming that the father did the activity with the child. This took place in the family's home, and we tracked this once a month with each family from July to the end of December. Our step-by-step, we first identified which index child had a father figure. We explained the purpose and the process to the mothers. We got video consent and release forms signed. We used the father engagement survey monthly. We gave the mother activities that the father could do with the child. And then we asked the mothers to send us evidence of the father figure engaging with the index child. And once again, those examples of evidence were videos, pictures, text messages. Some of our observations during the execution were the fathers do seem to understand the importance of engaging and interacting with their child. In our cases, many times the father's work schedule, they're working out of town, they're working, sun up to sundown in some cases. So that seemed to be the main reason why fathers thought they could not engage, was their work schedule. We also observed that fathers interact differently with their children than mothers do. So our outcome measure, these were the, hold on. Lost track here. Yeah, no, set my notes aside too, I'm sorry. Geneva, are you there?
Yes, I'm so sorry. So this is your average score. It's a sum of the father engagement items. So we're just seeing the fluctuations from week to week. It's a mean of all of the clients where you collected their scores for that week.
Okay, got you. Thank you. Yes, and I believe
No
you,
problem.
the 28 was the highest score that a family could receive based on the 7 questions they were asked.
Yes, I believe that is true.
Okay. And then this is the number of activities that were completed on average. So you can see we did have some times where no activities were completed. And keep in mind, we're very small, we're talking 23 families here. So that's why our numbers are small. And then here's the evidence that we received. So, in some months we were able to receive 3 pieces. Once again, small affiliate, small numbers. The disruptor measure, so just the blue line is the fathers that are able to participate, and then the orange line is those that do not have a father figure in the home. And then as some of those disruptor measures, whether they're mainly work schedules. Here is our survey results from the first assessment to the second assessment. I think we increased, I don't think my numbers, by about 3 points in the average mean of the parent satisfaction survey, that mothers said that there was an increase in engagement. And then our SMART aim was that 30% of the mothers would report an increase in father engagement. And as you can see, we slightly surpassed our goal by 33% of the mothers reported an increase in engagement. So as I just said, our outcome, we barely met our goal, barely increased our goal. The process, 80% of our families do have a father figure in the index child's life. However, only 61% of those fathers report that they are able to interact or engage with their child. And on average, we received 2 pieces of evidence from each father that was able to interact or engage with their child. Our disruptor measure, 39% of the fathers reported they were not able to interact or engage with their child, once again, mostly due to work schedules. Some of our lessons learned, 20% of our families do not have a father figure. And as I mentioned before, fathers sometimes interact differently with their child than mothers do. And this also emphasizes the importance of fathers in a child's life, because children can benefit from the different types of interactions. And we also found that families were very happy to share. They were proud to show that their significant others were spending time with their child. Some things that we could have done differently is possibly let the father choose the activity. That could have increased participation. And we could have done that by maybe polling the fathers to find out what types of activities that they would like to participate in. We decided to adapt moving forward. Overall, we were to see an average of 2 pieces of evidence from each father figure that was able to interact and engage with their child. We would like to adapt the study to measure increased engagement in each of the specific areas. In those specific areas, such as helping with feeding the child, helping with bathroom, helping with discipline. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Amy. That was wonderful. So are there any questions from anybody about this project, what they learned? Any thoughts? Jem, I know that you had a lot of the interaction with the dads in terms of getting the videos from moms and kind of the daily stories about what you saw. Do you want to add anything from what you experienced going through this PDSA?
Yes. The thing that I learned from this experience is that us as parent educators, I had to be motivated to motivate my clients to do something fun with their kids, because most of my clients have kids in school and they were doing distance learning. They don't know still how to help their child. So I have a lot of parents that are happy. We live in the Bethany district, so most of our kids are going to school 4 days a week, so they're happy. So, but by having their kids stay at school when we were sent home, and doing distance learning brought a lot of stress to these parents. They were having their kids at home. They didn't know how to help their child. So that caused for some of my clients to put that to the side, to find it really hard to find time to, do the activities, do the cooking and the cleaning and helping their child do their homework. But when we went back to school, that helped a lot. But I want to say that us as parent educators, I feel like I had to be motivated and motivate my clients to, yes, it's stressful and all. Let me send you a fun activity for you to do at home. Record yourself. It's going to be fun. And then you're going to then cherish this video, cherish this photo, because everyone's at home. If we're not going out to the park because it's cold and dad's not working because work slowed down for some of my parents that do landscaping or construction work, do something fun at home. We're stuck at home, do something fun, but then I had to do a lot of self-care to motivate my clients to, yes, I know it sucks. I speak the language. I know English and Spanish, and doing homeschool, it's hard on me. And there's some times where I'm like, I'm down. I'm like, when am I gonna send my kids home? Or when am I gonna find that time to clean my kitchen and do the cooking? Because it's hard having 2 kids and knowing the language for me to find the time to be motivated or say, hey, let's play. Like, I don't want to play. Like, that's the last thing I want to do. I just want to take a shower and drink something and watch Netflix and go to my own little world. So, but I had to do my self-care, and I'm so blessed. I'm so lucky that my kids are in school so I can do my self-care and motivate my clients. I think motivation helped a lot to motivate those clients that could do the motivate or give the activities to their dads, and kids being at school or being at home. And most of my kids are going to pre-K and kindergarten, having all this homework. And I would tell them, okay, have dad read a book to your child. He has to be involved. Reading a book also involves, it's a parent-child interaction. He has to do some of that work. You've been with him all day. He can do the reading part, that stuff. So I did see an increase of moms persuading, pushing, demanding, you do this now that I'm going to do the cooking and cleaning. You know what I'm saying? So, and of course there was the ones that they didn't care, or they didn't have the dad there, or they didn't have enough data on their phones to do the activity because they only had a phone and that's all they could do. But I learned that self-care it's where everything starts. By us being the support system to them, we have to find our self-care and then motivate our clients to do what we want them to do. Sorry.
That's wonderful. I really appreciate the insights, and I definitely saw some reactions here, some hearts, some thumbs up. So people are relating. My other question is, what of the activities, you said fathers interacted kind of differently, they had different styles of interaction. Were there certain activities that dads kind of gravitated towards and that you found were the more engaging ones for them?
They are more physical. They are more about playing tag, playing ball, moving around. That's what I've noticed a lot. Playing peekaboo, playing with the blanket, putting a blanket over the infant or toddler, and then playing peekaboo, or kicking the ball and, you know, go get it or bring it back or kick it further than I did. Stuff like it was more physical. I did have some parents do puzzles. So, but then they had older children. So it was an activity for the entire family. And 5 years ago, I went to a garage sale when my kids were younger, and this lady sold me a huge box of puzzles. So my kids aren't doing puzzles anymore, kid size, or, you know, so I give those away. I give them away and they can keep them, but, you know, doing that kind of stuff. Yeah. Finding good prices out there, Dollar General, for puzzles, and just donating them, giving them away for them to do an activity. But it's more physical. And doing science activities. For example, I had one, we've done this activity a year ago, and but I gave him again shaving cream. So doing shaving cream activity on the table. Yeah. More physical though, I should say, yes.
And wrestling around with their children more than mothers do.
Yes.
That's great. Thank you so much. Any other questions for this group?
Amy, Jim, thank you for sharing. What a great project and idea. I'm so glad you're able to figure out the requirements to get those videos in, and that was successful. I was happy to read that fathers were not resistant to providing that evidence. How did you approach this in sessions with mom? So was this a topic that you covered at every visit, that, hey, we're working on family engagement, and remember to encourage dad to participate in these activities and provide us evidence? Or was it less frequent?
The approach was, we can't come see you. We are only doing virtual or telephone calls. Send me a video with daddy playing with their child. We want to see that the baby's growing, but we also want to see that dad's participating, because we know that you're stressed at home. You're doing online school with your kids all day. And, you know, I would also share experiences that I would have. I'm cooking, I'm cleaning, I'm trying to do dishes at 3-4 p.m. in the afternoon. So we want to see that dads are also involved in helping you, mom, interact with the child while you're doing dishes or whatever. Let him play with the child. So since we're not doing home visits, we want to see that dads are playing, because we know that you are already doing that job during the day. We want to see dad. So do that for me. And of course, you always need something from me. So I'll do this for you if you do this for me. And don't forget, but then I would have clients that would forget to send a video. And then sometimes it wasn't the video. I wanted to see, like, they would just focus on the baby, but then I could hear dad in the background. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, okay, I'm good with that. He's there and he's playing, and, you know, he's making sounds, or he's laughing with the baby. That did it for me. He's helping. He's there.
Great. So it sounds like essentially every session, this was a topic that you covered. And yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Excellent job. Thank you again.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your stories, Amy and Jem, and all the feedback. That was phenomenal. For our next group, we have LCDA. So Patty, and I believe Adden is here in case you need any help with some of the data, but if you're able to pull up your slides, that would be great.
Can you see the?
Yep, you can see them perfectly.
I was not in the beginning. Okay. Well, we're serving Oklahoma County. We've been offering home-based services since 1994. Originally, it was more of a Healthy Families American model, but we have been a Parents as Teachers affiliate since 2002. We obtained our blue ribbon in 2017. And we started providing safe care services in 2009. So I'm going to be jumping PAT safe care just because we did the same project. Since 2014, we've been doing CQIs. We have capacity of 168 families with 7.5 workers for PAT and 44 families for safe care with 4 workers. We believe that welcoming dads into the program and providing information about the importance of the role, it was going to increase the father involvement. So our aim statement was that starting July 15, the new enrolled families in PAT and safe care that had a father figure living at home will demonstrate 10% increase in their father involvement by December 18. Our outcome definition was the welcome letters and the materials that were given to dads to encourage them to spend time with their children, or reading to the children, or eating with the children. And we were following also with aggregated questions that you just presented a while ago. So our outcome was proportion of visits given in a week with the father education materials presented, and the numerator, the count of all visits within the given week with father education materials presented. So the outcome 2, we have the aggregated questions on a bi-monthly basis, and the report of satisfaction with the father engagement and the total possible satisfaction with the father engagement. The disruptor, it was any cancellation of home visitation, so number of completed and not number of home visits. So we will send a welcome letter, and thank you, Yolanda, for sharing part of yours. We modify a little bit, but it was a good start. And maybe, the disruptors having a wrong address, which happened in 2 of the situations. We were providing then on a monthly basis a different material. We obtained materials from the National Responsible Fatherhood Clearinghouse. They had already Spanish materials, so we kind of selected, the ones that we thought it was more appropriate. We have 3 in general that we're going to do, but the workers could add a different one according to the needs of the family. Maybe if the baby was just, mom was pregnant and baby was just coming and that kind of thing. So we felt that maybe father felt more welcome in the program and have more knowledge of the father role. It will increase then of having more information about it. Then maybe he would then participate in activities. With that, it will increase the father involvement. It was parent educators, family support workers. It was with all new enrolled families starting in July 15th of 2020. So what we did was just send a letter, as I mentioned, and after that, materials on a monthly basis, emphasizing the importance of the role as fathers. And the parent educators or family support workers were encouraging, moms are telling, encouraging dads to be able to spend time with their children. When already we said that, it's starting July 15. So we developed the welcome letter, both English and Spanish. Dropbox was created in ETO. We selected that information. It was mailed on a monthly basis. The providers were discussing with mom the importance of dad's role in the children's life, and we asked then moms if dad was spending time with the children with those aggregated questions. So in PAT, we had 21 families that participated in this PDSA. All 21 received the welcome letters, and then 3 additional materials except 1 family. And we didn't do that just because actually the mom asked us not to be sending those materials. And originally, it's a little bit of domestic violence there. And originally she had agreed to it, but it seems like only the welcoming letter, and he got upset saying, I don't want to receive anything. And she was just, even the other 2 materials, she just even kept it. So we did not send him any more materials, but 3 dads received even a 4th one because the mother was like, can can you send an additional one in relation of, maybe healthy relationships? So, I mean, we have several selected and they could just select which one they wanted. For Safe Care, we had 16 families that participated in this PDSA, and all of them received the welcoming letter and the 3 additional fatherhood materials. We just have 2 issues with some of the letters that were returned, and then we just, resend it and just went from there. So here I just kind of wrote things. I thought it was important. The team told me certain things that moms have shared with them. For example, in this case, this mom said that even though she knew that the letters were addressed to that, she will open them first just to read them too, and that then she will give them to that. And that kind of will help her to start the conversations with him about that content. So moms told the workers too that the letters work. I don't know if they thought it was something magical, but my husband is spending more time with the children, or when my husband reads information, that seems to motivate him to do things with the kids. One story was that this mom told the worker that the father felt really included after receiving the letter. The dad is African American, and he just he thought, well, I thought the program is just for you. So he felt included, and we sent the letter to him in English, and he was really excited about it, and told him, well, tell your worker that she can speak to me in Spanish because I'm learning. But he was glad that he got those materials in English. We heard of some, but then this particular mom mentioned, they wanted to add things into the letter. I mean, they would read the letters too, and I said, can you, they love the things, but they wanted to add more things. Can you tell him this too? Can you do this? Or, can he help around the house too? So they wanted not just what you have in that letter, but can you just add more things? So when the dads were spending time with the kids, they will tell the mom, tell your worker that I did spend time with the kids, and that, and tell them exactly what I did with them. We have at least 6 moms that the husband were saying that, that they were already involved with the children, but they like receiving the letters because they felt like maybe they were more intentional interacting with the kids. But they will say, I always liked being involved with my children, but I didn't know how important all of this was. In this particular case, we just had one father figure that was not dead. It was a brother. He's 24 years old, and he was just, I love my baby sister, and I'm glad that I can make an impact in her life. So just kind of like comments of things. I like this one from one of the parent educators, that she took the time whenever those aggregated fatherhood questions, she really had conversations also with the moms. And you have some of the questions, but for example, if dad will spend time or care for the child by himself without the help or supervision of mom. So the worker encouraged the mom to ask dad, can you help me? Because, she will ask her, have you ever asked him? No, necessarily. So we just ask him, that you're going to go to the supermarket or whatever, if he can just stay with the kids. And on one of the next visits, she was just like super excited and just said, I didn't know that it was that simple by just asking him, because he did, he spent time, but she never asked him before. This other one is a mother of twins that mentioned that after that, started receiving the information, that he was a little more involved and that he was helping more, and even without asking, because she was the one asking, but he will come home and maybe say, go rest, you have been with them all day, I'll be in charge. And he was in one of the home visits, actually virtually, and they were doing administering the ASQ, and Dad was super excited by seeing what the twins could do. And even in some of the questions, the mom might say, no, they're not doing that. No, yeah, I saw them. And, I know that they're doing this. So, even just kind of paying attention to those things. So I thought that was pretty cool. In here, it was just, the ones that got the welcome letters and the rest of the handouts. And of course, it looks different just because as we got new dads, new families involved, and they had a dad, so we were sending those welcoming letters and the handouts Something interesting here with PAT, the pinkish, they would not distribute those materials to the families, and the little bluish we did distribute with the families. And the ones that did not receive engagement materials, has got an average 2 points higher than the ones that did receive the materials. So we think that this happened more because a lot of those families that did not receive these materials, because it was just the newly enrolled ones, had been in the program maybe more than a year. Some we have 3 years, or almost 4. So we have discussed, father engagement and the importance of that. So they did have some of this information, not just getting the welcoming letter for that and this specific, handouts, but they have received others. So that's why we feel that maybe, they were informed as well, because and PAT did not show a difference in this, but they did show a difference in the time spent with the children. So in here you see a little bit of variation with all those 7 questions that you mentioned before, but in particular, the first one is related to spending time with the children, that we saw those that were receiving the materials or the welcoming letter, were doing a little more with the children. Disruptor really canceled home visit. I think it didn't affect anything into the project. So the interpretation is just that all the materials were distributed as expected. In here, not necessarily, it differ in the groups, but I already mentioned that the ones that did not receive it had a higher spending time with the children than the ones that receive it, but they really have more engagement, more spending time with the children. With Safe Care, those, again, the welcoming letters and the handouts that were distributed, this one in particular was a lot more noticeable. And the ones that received the welcoming letter, they were 6 points higher than the ones that did not. And what we think is because Safe Care is shorter too, and really this family, and even the ones that were in the program before, which was maybe half of a little more families, they have not been in the program that long and maybe have not received that much information on fatherhood engagement. So really that made a difference. Again, the disruptors maybe didn't have much in that. So the ones that received the materials had 6.5 higher in the bi-monthly questionnaire. Lessons learned, the staff felt that the letter and the fatherhood materials, that we should continue doing that it was a consensus that really make the fathers really feel welcome and part of the program, and it helped them also to have those intentional conversations with moms about the importance of the father's role. And we felt that addressing the letters to dad was important too, because they knew it was for them. It was not just to mom and then mom needed giving it to dad. And it was more for us that it was easier just maybe to send a packet. Maybe the families were excited to know that, we received something in the next month and something is going to come, and it was kind of like exciting. But for us, it was a hassle just to track who got what and which one, and and because it's not like all families started on July 15th, but some later on in August or September or whatever. So it was a little bit a hassle for us to keep track of that. So we made the decision to adapt it as well. We will continue presenting and mailing the welcoming letter with two of those fatherhood materials, and later on the workers can be providing more according to the needs or depending of the situation to the families. So we will continue just doing that. And that's it. Any questions?
Wonderful. Thank you, Patty. Any questions that people have about that project, or comments, thoughts?
I'll just say I was overwhelmed with the quotes that you included, Patty.
Okay.
And we want to borrow those for sure. And I don't know if Lana Beasley is on today, but we are presenting a summary of our qualitative work on father engagement at the Home Visiting Summit next month. And I would love to sprinkle in some of the quotes from your project. But you know, what fantastic work and evidence of having an impact, even if the average score didn't quite change. But that was moving.
Yeah, I did that just because I heard some, different stories. I just thought it could reflect, sometimes it's hard to know how much of the impact, but that's what the mothers were saying. And, even fathers pointing out, just tell that worker, I did this. So they felt like, they wanted to show that I'm spending time and tell them exactly what I did. So that's why I decided to include those quotes.
I'm so glad you did. Thank you.
Mhm.
This is Yolanda. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, because my microphone for some reason wasn't working before. And I want to kind of mention also about the culture. I know Patty has a lot of Hispanics and the same that we do as well. And to try to break those kind of stereotypes is sometimes difficult with fathers because, I mean, they're the providers. And even with discipline, the children is like, well, if we work all day, we just don't want to get home late and have to discipline them. So sometimes, the kids act more with that because, I would say that the discipline that he doesn't want to punishment or any kind like that, especially if they don't spend a lot of time with their children.
Thank you. That's a great point. Yeah, I loved the quotes that Patty had. In fact, when we were prepping for the session today, she had included all of those in her presentation, and she thought, I don't know, should I take them out? Should I leave them in? And I said, please leave every single one in, because I think it's great to hear the stories and the actual words from the providers and the families about what they were experiencing, and especially some of those cultural topics that Yolanda, you brought up, and Patty. So thank you so much. Any other thoughts, questions before we move on to another group? All right, wonderful. Well, the next one will be, actually, let's see. How do we want to do this timing wise? Let's do one more and then we'll take a break. So the next one would be Dwan with North Care. Saw that she was on. I know she had to deal with another meeting first. Hi, Dwan.
I'm here. Hi.
All right. What do you think? Do you have your slides? Can you present?
Yes, yes.
Great.
All right. Can you see it?
Yep. There we go.
All right. So, yes, I'm with the Safe Care program at North Care, and we decided to do Dad 2K, and which is a curriculum that was developed by the National Safe Care Training and Resource Center. And so we received permission to be able to adapt it and utilize it for this project. So we are located in Oklahoma City, and we're established in 2002, and this is our 5th CQI project. We use the Safe Care curriculum, and we currently have 5 providers, 2 that are MIECHV funded and 3 that are non-MIECHV. This year we averaged 37 clients per month, and then served for the year 91 families. So the goal for the Dad 2K was to increase involvement in parenting with our fathers, and to increase the father figure's confidence in their parent-child interactions through safe care education. Our goal to start it was July 1st, and the SMART aim was to increase fathers' knowledge and confidence in parent-child interaction skills by 25% from July 2020 through November 2020 by utilizing Dad 2K curriculum. So our outcome measures were to track the percentage of fathers who report and demonstrate an increase of knowledge regarding their parenting skills. We utilized some of the assessments we already were completing. So we, in the past, only did piccolos with the mothers, because that usually was the consumer who, the parent figure that had signed up for the program. But we also included a piccolo with fathers. And then we have our Safe Care curriculum has assessments that are built in on a weekly basis. So we wanted to look at that progress and increase the knowledge on a weekly basis. And then we also added the Parenting and Children survey. The progress measure definition is to track if father participated in the DAT2K curriculum weekly. And our disruptor would, of course, be a lack of fathers that would agree to participate, which you will see definitely was a disruptor for us. Our change theory is diagram is that we received permission to use the DAT2K curriculum. However, we had to kind of adapt it and develop a structure to use it with our current curriculum. The DAT2K was actually designed and developed with a past Safe Care flow of the curriculum. And so we had to do a little bit of adaptation and make sure that we knew when to show, because they're videos that we show fathers, and we needed to make sure that we had a script knowing when to interject each of the videos. So we developed that and then was able to provide that to the team so they would have that flow chart of knowing when to add the videos. One of our disruptors is just not having any dads in the program. But if we did have dads, to ask them to participate and to complete the needed assessments. Another disruptor was maybe dads would act like they were engaged at the beginning and then not follow through, like not attending visits. And so we would not be able to do DAT2K. And then the next step was just dads receive the DAT2K education, and then overall was to increase involvement in parenting. So the plan was that this would be utilized with all providers because we knew this would be a small sample size to begin with, just because we don't have that many fathers involved in the program. So we wanted to make sure to include everyone. The target was any father that has not completed PCI already. So we did have a couple of cases where we had dads that were attending visits, but they were already most of the way through our parenting curriculum. And so we didn't feel like we would want to start it halfway through. So it was so anyone that was new coming to the program that was willing to participate. Again, we used the DAT2K curriculum and it was provided to the family as long as they were willing to participate. And we did this during home visits and telehealth. So during this time, we have been allowed to start doing some shorter home visits. They're definitely not to the length of time that we have been able to in the past. But we were able to go out to the home some with some of the families. So if we were in the home, we would provide it then or through telehealth. And then we started July 1st. So I kind of already reviewed most of this, but we trained the employees on the DAT2K curriculum, made packets, which really we didn't even have to make packets. We just really needed that flow chart at that point and make sure that everyone had the videos sent to them. And then ask fathers to participate. And then some of our observations is that because these were videos and we were doing so much telehealth, one of the benefits for utilizing DAT2K is, and I'm sure the other programs have experienced this, modeling skills through telehealth is definitely more challenging than if you're in the home being able to do that with families. And so having these videos of a dad interacting and showing the skills with their son made it really easy to do this modeling piece that is required for Safe Care. And so that was one of the benefits that came out of it that we hadn't really planned on. And then we did have a father, not a whole lot, but one father that did participate, and he really was engaged with his children. One of my observations, I got to sit in on a couple of the sessions, is for the first time in all the years that I've done this work, I saw where a dad actually was the one who stayed home for the visit to do it with us through telehealth. And mom went and picked up the child from daycare and went and got food for dinner and came home. And so usually it's the moms that will stay and meet with us, and dads are out doing those errands and stuff, so they don't have to be there for the visits. But in this situation, dad, because he was engaged in DAT2K, he stayed home and participated. So these graphs are they're showing the same thing, just looking at it in different ways. For me, it's easier to follow the one on the right, but this is just showing how many dads on any given week we had in the program. And so with that, it shows the blue is when a dad did demonstrate improvement. And we had one dad participating in DAT2K, and this lines up with his visits. showing those improvements from week to week when he's receiving Dad 2K. The weeks he wasn't there was just due to missed visits, illness. We also had the ice storm during there. So of course, during those times, he didn't meet with us. And so that would be the gap and where maybe he missed a week. Our process measure, this is just looking at how many dads participated in services. So most weeks it is just that one dad, and this kind of correlates with the graph we saw just before, but it was just that one dad that was participating in Dad 2K. However, we did have 1 week where another dad did participate in services also. Our disruptor definitely was high, just not having a large number, because even in the past graph you saw there wasn't a large number of dads even available to participate. But of those that were even available participating, all except for 1 or 2 did not even attend any of the sessions. So our outcomes is that the father that participated in Dad 2K did demonstrate a gain in knowledge compared to those that did not participate. The process is that dad that participated appeared more likely to consistently participate in sessions. However, due to the small sample, this is obviously not significant findings, but gives us hope that just being connected to that program got him more involved. And then disruptor is obviously we didn't have very many fathers to pull from. Some lessons learned is that received positive results from the father that utilized Dad 2K. He seemed to enjoy the curriculum, definitely participated, and like I said, was even willing to participate while his wife went and took care of some of those errands and stuff and not missing a visit. The father that did utilize the curriculum reported that he enjoyed the videos and that gave examples. He did say that some of the videos were a little cheesy and maybe not how he would have maybe presented the skills. But I think at the end of the day, the most important part was the provider was able to have conversations with him. Well, how would you use this? How do you see, are you doing these things? If not, how can you start incorporating it into your interaction with your child? So I think the discussion after the videos was the most important part. And then overall conclusion is that, I'm sorry, there's a typo, but we knew that the numbers might be low in participation, and we learned that the fathers have a difficult time attending meetings and committing to the curriculum. So I know there's been a couple of cases where when we did the intake, the mother or even the father himself have kind of acted like they'd be interested in joining sessions, but just due to life and work, has not followed through. And so that definitely has been a barrier. And then in the future, we might try to provide the videos to families on a weekly basis, even if the dad is not able to attend, but would like to watch. And so that kind of is going to lead into what we're going to be doing this afternoon. But we decided to adapt this, and even with the low participation, it was reported that father did enjoy the curriculum that was designed for fathers specifically, and that there's not enough data to draw any conclusions at this time, but we feel like just listening to the other programs and that the things that were successful, it sounds like, is whenever moms are doing things with dads outside of the sessions. So we want to learn from the other programs and adapt this to be able to do that. So where we can maybe train moms on the skills during our weekly sessions, but then send a video to them to share with dad and have conversations around during the week. And so that's kind of where we're deciding to go from here. Any questions?
That was great, Dawn. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions or thoughts people have about the project? I had one. I was wondering, you talked about adapting it and maybe being able to administer it outside of the sessions. Most of the Dad 2K curriculum is just the videos. Is that correct? Or is there other material that has to be taught?
No, I think originally there was a lot more to it, but we just kind of took those videos as the main piece of it. So yeah, it really is mainly those videos that would be what would be being shared.
So you're thinking maybe in the future having it so that dads could access those videos at any time and maybe trying to track whether he watches them, even if it's not during the sessions.
Yes, I think for our next round, to look at when we train a mom on a specific lesson, to send her, like email her that link for the week. And so, and hopefully between our sessions, she will do that with dad, kind of, have him watch it, them discuss it, and the mom can report back to us, how it went, if there were any questions, and maybe even doing some follow-up if dad's able to join a session too.
And you were saying also that because modeling has been so challenging right now with the telehealth, that potentially this would be even helpful for moms. So maybe it's something during the week where they could even watch together so that they both get that modeling, since it's so hard to get it another way. Yes. Other thoughts, questions? All right, great. Well, thank you so much, Dawn. Really appreciate it. So what we're gonna do now, we'll take a break. Let's see, where are we time-wise? We'll take a break. It's about 10:35. So we'll start back up at 10:50. So everybody can take a 15-minute break. We'll start back up at 10:50 and then get through the remaining programs. So if people wanna stretch, get a cup of coffee, you can do that now, and we'll see you back in 15 minutes. Okay, welcome back. I'm sure people will be kind of slowly rejoining at their computers, so I understand if it takes everybody a moment to get back on. But in the interest of time, to keep things moving forward, let's keep going. The next group that we have, so we have 2 more presentations before lunch. We're gonna shift now to Oklahoma City Public School. Yolanda, are you back from break? Are you ready to present?
Yes, I'm here.
Wonderful. And are you able to pull up the slides or do you need any?
I think so. So just let me know if you see it.
Yeah, we can see that. Looks
Okay,
great.
good, because since I have a couple of screens, I wasn't sure. So, well, we are with Oklahoma City Public Schools, and just a quick view about we are with the early childhood department, and these are listed the programs that we have in our department. We have parents as teachers. We have collaboration with Head Start, pre-K, and up to 2nd grade, and we also have early birds and smart stars in the schools. Parents as teachers, and we have 2 different groups. We have one with the MIECHV or MIECHV funding, and we also have another group. They're paying by Oklahoma City Public Schools. So this particular project is only with the MIECHV MIECHV funds. With the group, sorry. So we are located in Northwest 21st here in Oklahoma City. We moved like a few months ago. Home visitation has been in Oklahoma City Public Schools for more than 20 years. And we have about 7 years of formal training and practice with CQI. Right now, we have the program director, we have 1 supervisor, which is me, and 7 parent educators. With this particular project, we asked permission to instead do the father engagement or continue with the father engagement. We thought it was more important to try to get our project in completion of visits since a lot of things happen to try to meet program requirements. So we start in July 1st and it went to December 21st, and 21st because we have a break. Our office was closed the entire, well, after 21st of December. And the Smart Aim Oklahoma City Public Schools parents and teachers will input in place different strategies like welcome cards, thank you cards, and incentives to increase the percentage of monthly completely visits from 50% and up to 85%. Outcome measures, and 2 outcomes, a monthly visit completion rate and percentage of clients completing consecutive visits post July 1st. We have, of course, the numerator, number of visits completed and number of visits scheduled. And the outcome, number 2, number of visits, numerator, number of participants completing all 12 visits consecutively following July 1st. And the denominator, the number of visits with a visit schedule. The process measure was a track, a welcome, and distribution of thank you cards and track phone calls to clients. The disruptors, cancellations of visits by parent educators, cancellation of visits by families, and of course, the new theme this year, families that they cannot do visits because of the COVID-19. This pretty much is the increase the number of visits completed. We were going to try to increase the number of visits, weekly visits schedule, provide incentives to families who complete 12, I'm reading in Spanish now, consecutive visits and meet program requirements. who will implement the change, parent educators and supervisors, and who is the target of the families enrolled in Oklahoma City Public Schools MIECHV program. The parent educator will schedule more visits weekly, will be flexible and consistent schedule a visit to meet the family needs, and will check and confirm appointments 20 hours in advance. The program supervisor will collect and revise the weekly number of visits completed, cancel or attempted visits entered in ETO, revise the family log. We have like a spreadsheet for every educator with all the visits completed by the parent educators with the families, and check monthly rates on home visitation and discuss with parent educators during reflective supervision any issues or successes with completing the required number of visits. We were going to use the time. We have 2 hours monthly reflective supervision, and we were going to try to kind of dedicate some of the time to talk about some maybe of the issues, scheduling or completing visits. That's the time that we talk about it. So we're going to do is make or purchase the welcome and thank you cards, and to send it to families, use ETO and collect the document, number of visits completed, and number of cancellation or attended visits. These are the graphs that we have kind of compare what we got last year and this year. So we have completed about, I think, I was talking to Chris, our analyst, and I think we were like 1 visit. The numbers that he pulled and the numbers that I have, it was 1 visit difference. So I think our data was very accurate. And we are right now in a 67, well, right now, last month, December 21st, 67.4% of visits, the expectation of the visits. These graph is a result of the families that have completed this consecutive visits. So it goes from 0 to 19 visits, and I believe, yes, I'm looking, 2019 is the one that is a color gray, and the orange is the one that for this year, the 2020. And reasons for cancellation, of course, we have all kind of reasons, and we try to categorize which one, if the family give it any reason, of course. And we have, of course, COVID-19, family emergency, forget the visit, illness, or they don't give it any reason at all. So there is a few reasons for cancellation. So lessons that we have learned, we have increased the completion of percentage of visits by 17%. We reach high, I mean, we reached to complete the 85 and didn't happen, but we are in a 6, like I said, I think it was like a 67. As a result of the COVID-19, the program has lost contact with 10 families, and 8 families decide not to participate in the program until in-home visits resume. They didn't want to participate in doing virtual visits. We have enrolled 38 new families. And I had to thank Parent Promise has referred some families to us because, of course, the way of recruit family has changed as well. Virtual visits have allowed more flexibility for scheduling. Some families, they ask if they can do the visits late in the evening, so we are able to do that with virtually. And I think we have like a couple of families that if we can do it on Saturday. So we are trying to very well accommodate any of the needs of the families. Parent educators have scheduled a greater number of visits per week. Reminder of the visit in advance, and we set the 24 hours, but we call it the day before, same day, or even an hour before. Welcome and thank you cards and non-monetary incentive seems to work. We have put in a package with books, maybe some crayons or construction paper or any games or anything for the families that have completed at least 12 visits. And the thank you cards and incentives have been sent to 100 of the families. They have been completed 12 consecutive visits, and there was out to 19 families. And we just have to cancellations, and it will occur. So, I mean, we know even if we try these with different strategies, cancellation will happen. So we have decided to adopt, and continue implementing this practice. Seems to work, so we're gonna try. And I think that's it.
Great, thank you so much, Yolanda. Questions or comments, feedback for Yolanda's group? I was wondering, Yolanda, for the incentives, and I know I asked you this before, but I couldn't remember your answer. The incentives were given only when they reached the 12th visit, the 12th consecutive visit, or did they get incentives throughout the whole time?
And when they reach the 12, and we're going to continue doing that. So we've got 12, and now if they got another 12, we will go ahead and continue doing that.
And what were the incentives again?
We have some books that we had before. I mean, from another grant, we have plenty of books. And since we purchased stuff for group connections, it mostly is like non-perishable materials, crayons, construction paper. We also, since we are saving money, because I mean saving kind of they get the funds that we used for mileage. We were trying to get more materials for families to use. We are doing that for regular visits. I mean, when putting packages together for families, and that also help. We have noticed that also help. And because after so many months, and tell the families, hey, if you have any materials and home, and it was very difficult for them to continue in doing that. So we are trying to get, if we're going to be doing a specific activity, maybe we drop a bag with, again, construction paper or glue or cutouts, anything that we can get in the office. But it's basically is perishable materials.
Wonderful, thank you. Any other questions, thoughts for this group? Okay, thank you so much, Yolanda. I really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. I'm trying to, oh gosh, I don't see you now to try to
Share?
no, share my screen.
Usually at the top.
Oh boy, okay.
And it'll say to stop share.
That's the thing that.
You might be able to do it too.
Okay, stop share. I am so sorry.
Oh, not at all.
When I have like a two extra screen, I was like, I just cannot see it. I'm sorry.
No, we have that all the time, dual screens and all that going on. So thank you so much. I really appreciate you sharing. And then we have our final group to present. So Parent Promise, Shauna. And coincidentally, it worked out very nicely that the groups before the break were all father engagement, and the groups after break are more on family engagement. So Shauna, if you want to
Yeah.
get started, let's see.
Can you see it?
It says it started. There we go. Yep.
Okay.
Up.
No?
Yeah, I can see it. It's still kind of in the general editing. So if you want to put it on in the presentation mode, then I think we're all set. Yep, there you go.
All right. Okay. Well, I'm glad I'm last because I was a little emotional. Happy inauguration day, everybody. So we're Parent Promise. Let me get my thoughts together. Okay. We serve all of Oklahoma County with our PAT program. We were founded by the Exchange Club of Oklahoma City in 1988. And we originally named the Exchange Club Center for the Prevention of Child Abuse. They did away with that because nobody wants to join a program that has child abuse right in their name. So in 2001, we merged with Prevent Child Abuse Oklahoma and changed our name to Parent Promise. Since our inception, Parent Promise has helped more than 6,000 families provide safe, loving, nurturing homes for families and their children. We have 3 home visitation models. We do parents as teachers, which we have 7.5 parent educators in that. We do exchange parent aid that focuses on ages 6 to 12, and we have 2 parent aids. And then we've recently started Healthy Families America again, and we have supervisor slash assessment worker, and she also serves families, and then 2 full-time family support specialists. So our thing was to increase virtual home visits. Like Yolanda and everybody else, we just, during COVID, trying to get the families more involved so we can see those PCI things and kind of get the families' affect better than if it was just over the phone. So our primary driver was active involvement of families and home visiting using virtual platforms. We wanted to increase the amount of virtual home visits. I don't know where the 9118 came from, so we can ignore that. And then our SMART aim was to increase the number of home visits conducted on a virtual platform by at least 10% by the end of November. So our outcome measure, we do the count of completed visits within a week that are virtual over the count of completed visits that were just completed, whichever way. Our process measure definition, the proportion of completed virtual visits within a week where the PE reports the family received 5 baby bucks as opposed to 3 for in-person or telephone visits. And then our disruptor measure is the proportion of completed in-person or telephone visits in a week where the PE indicated the family doesn't have internet connection. I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure this out. Okay, so here's our change theory diagram. It's pretty short, sweet, and to the point. We want to increase our virtual visits. One of our disruptors is a client not having access to a smartphone, tablet, internet, computer, any of that. We will be we offered additional baby bucks for completing a virtual visit. And our goal was more client engagement and PCI observations. So who implemented the change? It is implemented by the parent educators. We're targeting our families enrolled in our home visiting programs. We did go ahead and do this project with all 3 of our programs. PEs will administer a questionnaire to the enrolled clients, like upon enrollment, to see if they have the ability to participate in home visits using a virtual platform. This is kind of where we'll gauge their comfortability with using virtual platform and the
technological ability. And then they will incentivize the virtual home visits by offering more baby bucks for visits conducted versus just telecommunication. This is conducted during scheduled home visits, and it's from July through November. This is just our step by step. So all of our PEs encourage their families to conduct the visits via a virtual platform, so Zoom or anything like that. PEs ask their clients why they don't want to participate if they opted out. This feedback included no internet, no smart device or computer, not enough space on their phone, and just not wanting to do it. The PEs then began to offer an increase in baby bucks if they did participate. And we also were able to secure a private grant to help clients without internet or smartphones get access. We also were able to get the help from the health department of getting hotspots for these families as well. Utilizing incentives when possible has been very beneficial to Parent Promise and the families we serve. So this is our outcome measure. And as you guys can see, we wanted to increase by 10% and we went way over. So our before measure was measured from March 17th of 2020 when we stopped all in-home visits through May 31st of 2020. So we were averaging, we had 17.4% families doing home visits virtually. From May 31st through November, we have jumped up to 61.5% of our families doing their visits via virtual platform. So we far exceeded what we wanted. This might be where I need some of your help, Andrew. But I think this just shows the virtual visits that received the 5 baby bucks.
Yeah, this is just to confirm that those visits that were virtual visits were in fact getting the 5 baby bucks rather than the 3.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then our disruptor measure, we have the no internet, which didn't seem to be a huge disruptor. I do think that some of the data might have been missing with PEs not entering everything on the form, or it's just not getting entered. But we did also add that one of the disruptors that I don't think we actually thought would be a disruptor was that they just didn't want to do them. So we added that here. So it wasn't a huge disruptor. So our outcome is we increased it by 44%. I kind of talked about all that in this slide. And we do feel that incentivizing the virtual home visits was the key to increase. We were able to offer, we were able to offer this intervention to all enrolled clients. And for this project, our other 2 programs weren't included in our numbers, but I think all around we feel pretty positive that it did increase program-wide. And then our disruptor was not as high as expected, mainly due to the missing data. Lessons learned. Well, of course, we're happy to see the increase with virtual home visits. I added in here that we offer baby bucks as incentives for home visits in general since before COVID. But with the increase, we did notice a shift in our supply and demand of our family resource store. So it has proved a little difficult to keep up with restocking our store, but we have made some adjustments recently, and we should be able to continue with the incentives that we put. So yes, we will continue to offer an increase in baby bucks. We really feel that utilizing the virtual platforms really does help the PEs observe more PCI, the affects of the family, etc. And I think that's all.
Great, thank you so much. Thoughts, questions for Shauna? Can you tell us a little bit more about, so for Baby Bucks, I know you described it to me, but for the group, how do the Baby Bucks work? What can they buy? And kind of, you talked about supply and demand issues and how you're trying to adjust. So can you give us a little bit more of a backstory to that?
Yeah, so we started a Baby Bucks program, and our clients can earn Baby Bucks for an array of things. So for completing a home visit, a scheduled home visit, attending group connections, renewing their WIC without letting it lapse, going to well child checks, going to moms going to postpartum checkups, that kind of thing. I think we have dentistry on there. If there's a bunch of things that they can earn these dollars for. And then in our store, things are priced all differently, but we have baby items, personal hygiene items, and cleaning items. So that includes, like, we do the baby bathtubs. We have home safety kits, trying to think of some, diapers, wipes, formula, women's and men's deodorant, shampoo, body wash, laundry soap, Fabuloso, that kind of stuff. So it's a lot of things that these families can't purchase with their SNAP benefits or with WIC. So it's just kind of a good incentive for them to, it also comes in handy in a crunch. So with our supply and demand, some things with COVID and us working kind of in and out of the office, it's just been hard purchasing these items. Walmart shipping is horrible. And then they, I love Walmart, but their shipping is horrible, and their pickup, they always substitute things with things you don't want. So ordering things online have been hard. And then going into the stores, you all know, toilet paper is never there, paper towels. So stuff like that has just been hard to keep on hand. Or we've had to purchase different brands that might cost a little bit more. So one thing that we've done is we've just really limited what we carry in the store, and we're not going to go away from that list. And then we just put limits on how many items families can purchase in a month. So instead of saving all their baby bucks until they have 150 and depleting our store in one trip, we're encouraging them to shop monthly, and then no more than 2 of one single item. Does that answer everything?
That does. So in terms of kind of the added bonus of doing the virtual visits where they get that 5 baby bucks instead of 3, what would like 5 baby bucks get them versus something of lesser value? Is it like 5 is enough to get them something, or does it help them just kind of accumulate so they can buy something in the future?
Yeah, majority of our items in the store are probably between $2 and $5. Some of our larger items are marked to like 10 to 20. So yeah, if you complete your 2 visits, the $10, I'm trying to think of some of the higher dollar items. And of course I can't, like the baby bathtubs, I think are $15, and they're the big plastic, nice ones. But it's very doable. So in 1 month, if they do their 2 virtual visits and attend our group connection, they have $15 automatically. So
Yeah, so that gives them a good amount of purchasing power in your store. Wonderful. Any other thoughts, questions, comments on this group? All right. Well, I think what we'll do then, because we have kind of fewer groups and we've gotten through all the presentations, we were supposed to take a break for lunch at 12. And then we're going to shift gears into preparing for the next round of PDSAs. So I think what would make the most sense is to continue with that schedule, but just shift to lunch now. And then we'll just start earlier with reviewing for the upcoming PDSAs and then doing our breakout rooms. So it is 11:20 now. So we can reconvene. Oh, I've lost control of my children. reconvene at 12:20 instead, and then we'll get started on the next set of activities. So everyone feel free to take a break for the next hour and we'll reconvene at 12:20. And if you have any questions or comments during lunch, you can leave them in the chat or contact me or Lisa if you need to. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Welcome back from lunch, everyone. We're still a little low in numbers, so I'm gonna give everyone a few more minutes to join back in, maybe 2 or 3 more minutes, and then we'll get started again. Hopefully everyone got a little bit of a break and some food in their system before we start in on the afternoon activities. I just want to go over what the plan is for this afternoon before we jump right in. Obviously the times are a little bit different since we got through that first part a little bit earlier. We're ahead of schedule. What we're gonna do next is start thinking about the third round of PDSA on your project. So father engagement specifically. So looking at the CQI, continuous quality improvement, and KDD, the key drivers diagram. We'll review some of that information, talk about examples and tips. We'll review intervention and the SMART aims and the change theory diagrams. After doing that, we'll break out into the breakout rooms. The way it is designed right now, I believe Lisa's gonna try a new technique on Zoom. I didn't even know you could do this, but basically she will name the different breakout rooms based on the programs, and then you can assign yourself to those breakout rooms. So we'll talk about that when we get there. At that point, you'll have about an hour to work on the plan and do portions of the PDSA projects, and then we'll take a break and we'll finish up with sharing that third round. So what your SMART aim is, your change theory diagram that you put together, potential measures that you think you might collect, and the plan that you have. So let's jump back in. Oh, of course, I went to that one. Okay. So I know everybody on this call in terms of the supervisors are pretty familiar with this terminology, but for any other providers and PEs who are on the call, as well as members of the PDSA, Plan, Do, Study, Act cycle. And it's a team approach that's used to improve existing processes. So the 4 stages are plan, do, study, and act. So we'll talk about these rapids, then you test them, you study how that worked, what the results were of the testing, and then you act. Decide whether this is a plan you want to continue and you want to adopt what you're doing, or if you want to abandon it or move on. And so these are in really short amounts of time. So the PDSAs that we do, typically that's about a 5-month cycle. And we test for improvements that are generally pretty small, short, and simple in nature, and they build on one another. So you've done 2 rounds of father engagement PDSAs. We're going to do a 3rd and final round. And for those, the idea is to really have these small incremental changes that we can test and see if we're improving father engagement, visiting, and in child rearing. And we're trying to build off of what you've already done to kind of hone your services even more. So to run a rapid PDSA cycle, the first step is you have to collect baseline data, and then you conduct these short PDSA cycles to test the change. This involves determining whether to modify the change, and then we retest to scale up the test. So test with more or different cases, or adopt the change. So basically you're doing multiple rounds of kind of tinkering with the framework. So you try a project, you see if it works, you collect that data, and you go, okay, we like this part. We got some good feedback from the providers and the fathers on the welcome letters, for example. We like that piece. We're going to do that, but we were only sending it to new families. Maybe we want to extend out and try to broaden our reach to other families, for example. So you continue to test and hone the project over multiple rounds cycle, and each time you test and you evaluate what's working and what's not. And so the idea is, by doing this multiple times, that you can improve over time and enhance that overall goal. So in this case, father engagement. Oh, it's always blocked. So it says coaching TA will be available. So throughout your PDSA, as you're developing these ideas, you can reach out to us, you can reach out to your analysts, you can reach out to the state, and we can talk through different potential issues you're running into or questions you may have. So we'll be checking in with you regularly, as you well know. So before we go into these breakout rooms, it's good to think about exactly what to focus on for your next PDSA. So again, the idea is to really test one small, simple change per cycle. You don't want to take on too much. You don't want to take on multiple things. You really want to focus in on one small change that your program wants to make to try and improve father engagement. And like I said, the test should really build on one another. So you can test under different conditions when they're successful. So let's say you liked what you were doing. In some cases, I know programs focused on just new families, but maybe you want to expand out and test with existing families as well to see if what you were doing before works with when you engage families that have already been in the program for a while. And successful changes must be tested under multiple conditions to scale up testing and ensure change will continue to yield desirable results. So if you've already seen that, yeah, sending those welcome letters and the father engagement material is working for these new families, but you have to try it with the existing families to see, is this also going to create the change you want for them too? And can we scale this up and broaden this out across the program? And again, collecting and compiling simple data along the way to understand if the change tested was an improvement. So using quantitative and qualitative data. So the touch points that we have in ETO, for example, we collect quantitative data indicating were father materials distributed, for example. Did the mothers report that the fathers received that material? Did the fathers report using and learning that from that material? So those are some of the quantitative ways that we can track. And qualitative, we on our end collect qualitative data, but in addition, you also can collect qualitative data from speaking to your providers and speaking to the families to learn how they're receiving it. And I think Patty gave some great examples today in her presentation of kind of some qualitative responses. Even if it's, you know, one family or one provider, it helps to know what is their perception of the PDSA and how they view the work that's being done. And a strong team approach is essential. So I think Jem did a really good job talking about some of the challenges that providers face, and especially right now with what is going on with COVID and virtual home visits, having this strong team approach. So having buy-in from all the members of the team, having the PDSA be focused on something that the team really supports and values, and having also, if you broaden out the team to include OUHSC, so our team, working with your analysts to really understand the data that's coming in, working with your analysts to change something if the data, what you're trying to capture isn't working, or if you're not getting the results that you want, maybe your disruptor is not being assessed properly, you can make changes along the way. So just trying to use the whole team to get that buy-in and work together is really important. And meeting regularly, so weekly, bi-weekly is essential. I know a lot of you meet with your teams regularly, and I know we also meet regularly and talk to check in, but making sure that there's a lot of open communication, especially right now, that's hard with everything being virtual. So really putting an emphasis on those regular meetings. And look to best practices. If another team has had success testing a small change in the same area you're focused on for improvement, try testing that change within your team. Dwan gave a good example of this in her presentation. So she talked about how she had heard from some of the other programs that trying to get fathers to engage outside of the home visit is sometimes easier to do because of the challenges of fathers' work schedules. So she had talked about potentially being able to do the Dad 2K program outside of the home visit itself to incorporate that flexibility in schedule. So that was kind of looking to what other teams were doing and saying, how can we incorporate some of that information into what we're doing and what our goals are for our team? So this is the Oklahoma MIECHV CQI Father Engagement Key Drivers Diagram. So on the left-hand side, what you'll see is the overall aim. And as we've talked about throughout the day and throughout the entire PDSA cycle, the main aim is to improve father engagement in co-parenting. And there are two ways that we focus on making that happen. So there are two primary drivers that various programs have been focusing on. One is to increase father engagement in home visiting. So these are the PDSAs that are focused on, is dad attending the home visit? Is he attending group connections? And then the other primary driver is to improve the relationships with the father. So these are PDSAs focused on, is dad engaging in activities outside of the home visiting session? Is dad engaged in the routine activities around mealtime or caring for the child or disciplinary tactics, things like that. So there are kind of these two ways in which we might improve fathers' engagement in co-parenting. One is in home visiting, and one is kind of more broadly in how he's interacting with the family. And then there are secondary drivers within both of those primary drivers. So for increasing father engagement in home visiting, you can have more fathers present at the visits. You can tailor services to be more welcoming and useful to dads. So you can think about programs that sent home welcome letters. This is one way that they attempted to do that. Recruit more fathers as primary caregivers is another secondary driver. And then in terms of improving relationships with dad, you can think about healthy father interactions within child's and family's daily life. So when we think about Bethany Public School and their program, when they were looking at these father interactions and trying to get dads to engage, they were kind of tapping into this healthy father interaction piece. And then also the importance of the role of the father. So some of the programs had father engagement information where they talked about why it's important that dads engage and enroll and focus on their interactions with their child. So really trying to teach fathers around this importance piece. And then there are lots of change idea examples that stem from those secondary drivers. So you can see, obviously they're color coded to tap into these secondary drivers. So what are the actual steps that you can take? What are the modifications that you can make to the program to try to get at these primary and secondary drivers? So again, in the tailor services to be more welcoming to dads, you see things like provide more father-specific education and supports, father-specific referrals to services, invites for dads to participate. So make sure that you're actually directly inviting dad, sending welcome packets, having father-friendly events, so group connections and other activities, having conversations in curriculum that are directly tailored to the dads. So these are some of the ways in which you can tailor your PDSA to get at that specific aspect. So how can you get the services to be more welcoming and useful to dads? And that goes back to what's the primary driver to increase father's engagement in home visiting, with the ultimate aim of improving father engagement and co-parenting kind of more broadly. And you all received the slides for today. There are some resources from the Florida MIECHV group around engagement, especially father engagement, and they have a father involvement toolkit. So it has some different strategies and ways to think about father engagement. So if anyone's interested in looking at that, those resources are provided in the slides. And there's more information here too about the toolkit. Okay, so in terms of selecting change ideas, you want to work as a team to determine which change idea you would like to test. What is the primary driver that you want to focus on? And within that primary driver, what is the secondary driver and what is the change idea? So thinking back to that key drivers diagram, focusing across that diagram on the steps that you want to take. And using the change packet or coming up with your own, and articulate your improvement theory. So what is it that you think you're going to do? What change are you going to make to try and address these primary and secondary drivers? And then discuss ways to flesh out and tailor the change idea. So ensuring it's a good fit for your program and can be tested in a short period of time. I think one of the challenges that some of the programs face is that they had limited number of dads to get involved. So really thinking about what are the constraints of your program. Other programs had very specific hours that they could provide home visiting services. So it makes it even more challenging with dads to get them to attend the home visit if they only can provide services from 9 to 5, for example. So thinking about, is your change idea, is what you're trying to target a good fit for your program? Is it feasible for your program and can it be tested in a short period of time? And then identify the data that you'll collect to measure improvement. So what do you need to know? What do the PEs need to tell you about father engagement that will help you measure improvement? So how many dads are attending, for example, what reasons they may have not attended or canceled. And then you can begin the PDSA planning tool. So again, coaching TA will be available as you go through this process. Oh, let me go back. Okay. So a couple of changes that I would just want to make sure everyone is aware of. And these are kind of brand new changes. Most of the, so for CAP Tulsa and PCCT, PAT Tulsa, Amy Treat will still be the analyst assigned to those projects. Thomas Wilson is still assigned to the C1 projects. Thomas will be eventually transitioning to a different position and his replacements will be taking over the C1 programs. Right now, the C1 programs are involved in a lot of COVID services, so they're not participating in this round of PDSA, so that won't really affect any programs right now. PAT Bethany Public Schools and PCCT Safe Care. So Geneva Marshall has been your analyst as of the last couple of PDSAs. This is going to be switching. So Geneva is still with us at OUHSC, but she's transitioned into a different role. And so she's not going to be as involved with the MIECHV and CQI program going forward. And she has a replacement, Mallory Ford, who started actually in December and is being trained by Geneva right now. So Mallory will be working with Geneva over the next couple of months to get comfortable in that space. So she'll be working with Bethany Public Schools and PCCT Safe Care. But Geneva will be working kind of in tandem as Mallory gets acquainted. So it won't be just a kind of clean cut and transition. It'll be kind of a gradual process. And so Mallory, are you on the call right now? I know you were on earlier. Are you on the call now?
Yes.
you wouldn't mind just introducing yourself so that the programs can see you and know who you are.
Well, I don't have access to my
Oh, you
website.
don't have access to the camera? Okay. Well, next time you're on a call with them, you can. But Mallory is fantastic. She, as I said, started in December, and she is originally from Arkansas. She has a master's in child studies from Vanderbilt and has really taken a great job starting her role, taking over most of Geneva's existing responsibilities. So she'll be working with those programs moving forward. In terms of some of the other assignments, so PAT, Parent Promise, and North Care, Safe Care will still be Andrew. And then another change is that Adden will continue to work with LCDA since they are generally doing their father engagement PDSAs together. In addition to working with LCDA, he's going to now be working with OKC Public Schools. So Chris, who was working with OKCPS before, he also he's been spread pretty thin across a variety of projects in the past year or so. And so he's going to be transitioning off of that project. So Adden will be also helping out with OKCPS.
Now, if only that correlated with me actually getting thinner myself, it'd be great.
Yes, poor Chris. If you were at OUHSC, you know his name shows up everywhere. He is kind of the go-to man on a lot of projects. And so he has very graciously given his time and effort to the MIECHV project, but now he'll be helped out by Adden. So he'll still be available for kind of some backup as needed, but Adden will be taking a lead role with OKC.
We're gonna miss you, Chris.
Yes, Yolanda, I know. I'll miss you too.
And then for Frontline and Creoaks, I know they're not on the call today, but just to announce, UTN Thompson will still be working with these programs, but in addition, she will be helped out by Yachi Lee. So Yachi is a graduate student from OU in the quant psych department, and she is phenomenal with data analysis. And so she's going to be helping UTN. UTN will actually also be going on maternity leave in this spring. And so as she prepares for maternity leave, Yachi will be taking on more of her responsibilities with Frontline and Creoaks. So those are some of the upcoming changes, and we just wanted to make sure everyone is aware of who their analyst was. So when we break out into the different rooms today, we'll make sure that the people who are now assigned to the new round of PDSAs are kind of jumping back and forth between their programs so that everybody gets to meet with their analysts and have their analysts kind of weigh in as they are working on their change theory diagrams and thinking about potential measures for their outcomes of interest. Any questions?
Yeah, this is Patty. So we're gonna continue focusing on father involvement because I thought someone presented that we're gonna do something with developmental milestones. So it's still fatherhood involvement.
Yes, for one more round. So there will be a change after this round of fatherhood involvement. So we're going to do one more PDSA focused on father engagement. And then in the summer, when we wrap up father engagement, we will move to child development.
Okay, so this one will go all the way to June.
Yes.
Okay. And are we gonna still be answering those aggregated questions every 2 months? That's still on, right?
Yes, that is the plan right now, is to have those same core measures every 2 months like we've been doing.
And I saw that a couple of sites did not do a father involvement project. Is that still possible? I mean, if the team goes with something else, if that's okay, or you strongly encourage just to be fatherhood involvement type of activity?
That is a great question, and one that frankly we hadn't actually discussed. David, are you?
I'm happy to field that one. I would say it definitely is still strongly encouraged, and the funding that was provided for the father engagement focus. We've allowed a few sites to deviate from that script because of mainly COVID concerns, and the priority for those groups was building back up their caseloads. That offer stands for any other programs. If extenuating circumstances prevent or prohibit in any way focusing on father engagement for this last round, we're certainly amenable to that. And I'll be bouncing around room to room just to see how everyone is doing, and feel free to talk through those types of issues with me. You can even chat me if you like now, if something comes to mind.
And just one more question. You're gonna put LCDA, PAT, and SETCare in the same room, correct?
Yes, you all are the
That's
same
our
room.
plan, unless you'd like us to.
No, it'll be better just to have us all together.
Yeah, I have you all in the same room.
Cool.
Any other thoughts, questions? Okay. And like David said, both he and I will be jumping across the various breakout rooms. So if you have any questions that pop up as you're starting to think about the next round of PDSA, you can ask us at that time, or you're welcome to send messages in the chat. Okay, so when you are in your breakout rooms, we want to develop a new SMART aim that we want to use to guide the next round of PDSA. So a SMART aim stands for being specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-based. And so step one, you want to think, what is it we want to change? What's the topic? What is it about father engagement, for example, that we want to change? And then step two is to get more specific. What do we want to change about our topic? So you can think about an increase in the percentage of primary caregivers, or an increase in the number of father figures who do a certain thing. So maybe attend a home visit. Step three is to think about how much of a change do we want to see? And this is an important question. I know in the last round of PDSAs, there were a lot of questions around how much change do we want to see? Because there's kind of a fine line between, you want to have a goal that's achievable, you want to have it to be realistic. At the same time, there are challenges around how many father figures are available, for example, and also, making sure it's a meaningful change. So trying to increase a meaningful amount. So really try to think about how much change do you expect? How much change would you hope to see? Step four is by when. So what's the time frame? In this case, we're focused on a 5 to 6 month time frame. So by June, what is it you hope to see? And then for whom? Step five. Who are we trying to affect? So are you trying to affect the family as a whole, or the father figures? So really being specific about who you're targeting with this short-term intervention. And as everybody showed today, we have the change theory diagrams, and I think you all are pretty familiar with this at this point and have a good sense of how to put these together. But we won't want you to do this again today for your next round of PDSA. So what is the change idea, starting on the left? What's the change idea that you are implementing? What is it that you're trying to change? And the process measure, what are the actual changes that you're making? What's the process? What is the mechanism by which you're trying to create this change? So things like sending out a welcome letter, sending out thank you cards, providing incentives. And then what's the primary driver that you're trying to get out over here? So the primary driver, again, are you trying to increase father involvement in home visiting? Are you trying to increase father engagement in child rearing? And then you have these disruptor measures, as we talked about, things that come along that make it hard to enact this change. Maybe you don't have very many father figures, or they are unwilling to participate, or mom doesn't give them the handout materials. These are the things that stop the process from happening, stop the change from happening. So when you get into your breakout rooms, we'll ask you to put together a change theory diagram for this new round of PDSA, so that hopefully you can share that when we all get back together as a group. And then there's PDSA specific measures. So everyone did a great job outlining these in their presentations today. So we have the process, outcome, and disruptor. So the process, again, we're assessing the parts of a process to determine how that part is working. So the number of welcome letters that get sent out, for example. Outcome looks at the end result of a process. So the collaborative aim is typically on an outcome measures. So we focus on getting fathers more involved. That's our outcome, is can we get more dads? That's the ultimate outcome that we're focused on. And then disruptor examines the factors that might interfere with that process that leads to the outcome. So trying to think about the ways in which you will measure each of these pieces. For process measure, there's some examples. So some programs focus on the core process measures. So the bi-monthly measures that we collected as a collaborative. Others, you can think about the number of provider contacts with fathers. So how often providers reach out, the number of clients receiving fatherhood education materials or discussing that kind of curriculum with their clients, the numberhood of fatherhood recruitment attempts, the number of times referrals for that father were discussed. So it's really kind of a count or measurement of some type of outreach, sometimes some type of education around the fathers. And I think people highlighted a whole bunch of potential disruptors that are worth thinking about. One that's not on here but came up a bunch was COVID. So obviously there have been changes to how home visiting is working these days. And so thinking about some of these disruptors. Other disruptors might be dad's availability and work schedule. His attitude, maybe he's not that interested or doesn't perceive his role as very important. Some programs talked about cultural barriers today. So there are different expectations depending on culture. So these are just some of the ones that might be a possibility, might be something that disrupts your plan. So trying to think about all the different things that might come into play. And outcome measures, again, we've got the core outcome measure that we're interested in. Other programs looked at things like the proportion of visits completed by fathers. So can you get more fathers to attend? And you look at how many times are there visits with dads attending. Proportion of mothers recognizing the importance of father involvement. Proportion of mothers reporting improved father relationships. Proportion of successful father linkages to referred services. So these are all different ways of addressing this fatherhood engagement, but it's focused on slightly different outcomes depending on your primary driver of interest. And make sure that the measures align with the SMART aim and key drivers diagram. So we want to make sure that the measures that we focus in on for the PDSAs relate to the aim and the key drivers diagram, and that they help the collaborative understand if the changes teams are testing are resulting in improvement. So measures and PDSA plans. So here are examples kind of across the whole process. So thinking about what the process measures are, what the outcome measures are, some disruptors that might come into play, and then planning the steps. So who is going to implement these changes? Who is targeted within the change? What is the change? Where is it going to happen? When's it going to happen? So really each step of the plan to make sure that you have a clear vision for how you're going to try to enact this change. And so this is just focusing in on the plan again. I think based on the presentations today, you have a pretty good sense of how to lay this out. And then the do. I think what's really important to think about here is the step-by-step recipe. So what are the nitty-gritty details that you need to think about as you're planning this? So if you're putting together a welcome letter, how are you going to get that welcome letter? Who's going to write it? How are you going to send it? Is it via email? Is it via mail? How are you going to ensure, if you're measuring that you've sent out the letters, you're also measuring who receives them, and how do you ensure that they've received that mail? So all the little details that go into creating a plan. And then in terms of measures interpretation, so this was what we talked about at the end of each of the presentations. So it's really measuring the kind of % of change that we see over time in the outcome, in the process, understanding how often that disruptor occurred. So we'll be tracking that over time to help see if the outcome improves, see that you were successful in implementing the process, and understand how often you were disrupted in the process by these other outcomes and issues. And then finally, as you presented today, ultimately, when you finish up the PDSA, you're going to think about lessons learned. And so one thing for today, as you're trying to set on a new PDSA, is to think about what are the lessons that you learned from this round? What were the narratives on the measure results? What kind of anecdotal stories did you hear? And what were the conclusions? Really trying to think about these lessons learned and use them to help plan your next round of PDSA. And then in each of the presentations today, you talked about whether you're going to adapt, adopt, or abandon. So for those projects that work that you were really excited about and you wanted to adapt, maybe you make some changes to that plan and you test it again. So the example I gave before, maybe you started with new families, now you want to roll it out to existing families. Maybe for that would be adaptation. For adopt, the tests were given reliable results. Maybe you want to implement on a larger scale. Abandon, maybe the test was unsuccessful. So I know some of them, it was really challenging to implement the change that you wanted to see. So maybe you can evaluate what you can learn and then try something new for this round. Okay. Any questions before we head into the breakout room? What we're going to do now is for about the next hour, we are going to do the breakout room. So like Lisa said, and like I think I mentioned, there will be specific rooms and they're assigned by program name. So when we're ready, everybody can just pick the room that they go to. So if you're part of a program, obviously you pick your program. If you're an analyst, try to pick and go back and forth between your two programs if you have multiple programs. Anybody who's not clearly in one program can kind of bounce around as they wish to hear various projects. The goal is really to start with the first parts of the plan. So you want to think about putting together the change theory diagram. So that's going to really help you think about from the beginning to end, what is it you're focused on? What process are you going to try to change? And what's the ultimate outcome that you're interested in? And what are the disruptors? So putting together that change theory diagram. And you also want to put together using that to guide your SMART aim. So making sure that you have an overarching aim that you're focused on, you have the change theory diagram. And then if you have time, it would be great to start with some of the PDSA template. So thinking about the plan portion of that template. So what are the steps that you're going to take? What's the plan behind what you're interested in? So you can start there. I know that sometimes even an hour is not enough time to get through all that. So if people have questions, they can reach out as they start that process. But the goal is by the end of the hour, we'll reconvene and programs can present, here's our change theory diagram. Here's what we're thinking of doing this next round. Here's our SMART aim, and maybe getting into some of the plan behind that. And I believe all the supervisors should have the change theory diagrams from this past round, as well as the PDSA template. So you can just revise what you had from previous versions and use it to guide you for this next round. Any questions before we go into those groups? Okay. All right, Lisa, well, I'm gonna hand it over to you to do whatever happens for the breakout rooms.
So you would just go to the breakout rooms icon, and then next to your agency's name, there will be an option to join, and you just click that and you'll go into the room. And you can do the same thing to hop between rooms as well. Go
All
to
right, perfect.
Yeah.
So great. So we have we're planned about an hour for this. So
Where's the item and the participant, the chat, or what part is that? I don't see them.
It's down at the bottom where you see like share screen, breakout
Okay.
room, chat. So then you can pick your room, and we've got about an hour for that.
I see the share screen, record and reactions.
Yeah,
Does it-
breakout room should be on the far right next to reactions.
I don't
I
have,
don't,
Up there.
I don't have that
I
option.
don't have that option. That's why I was like, how do I
Okay,
go?
I'll put you
It's
in
not
your,
showing in
Can you
mine.
just assign?
yeah, I'll put her in there. 'Cause this is Patty,
Okay, so
right?
Patty, she'll just assign.
Yes.
Okay.
It's not showing on mine either.
Okay, and Connie, was there a specific room you wanted to jump into?
Can I go in with LCDA?
LCDA, so can you put Connie with LCDA as well?
Is had the same problem.
Okay. Is this,
That's
Okay, CPS. Yes.
so Yolanda should go to OKCPS.
okay.
Anyone who has the option to go in a breakout room, if you could jump
Yeah.
into a breakout room, and then I'll work with Lisa to assign people who don't have that option.
And it may be if the Zoom version isn't the most updated version, it may not be on there. So that may be the issue why you might not see that option to join. So just let me know and I'll put you in there.
Okay, Shauna, do you need to be assigned?
Yes. And I think a lot of my girls do. Maybe not.
Let's see, eyes. Okay, Lisa, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Hold on.
Okay, so Yolanda, can you get her to OKCPS?
I think I got her in there. Yeah, she's in there. Let me make sure.
Oh, I guess it's just frozen over.
Yeah, she's in there.
Okay,
And Shauna, what agency?
how
I'm
about
sorry?
Shauna? Okay, and then Shauna,
Parent Promise, and it looks like Brianna and Courtney need in there as well.
Courtney Wagner.
Brianna Clark, and Courtney. Yeah. Okay. And then, let's see who's left. Toikia needs to go to North Care. Okay. Who else? Did you get Toikia?
Yeah.
Okay. What else is in the chat? I'm trying to see. Do you see Consuelo?
Yes.
She goes to LCDA.
I have a Steve Ross.
You should go to North Care.
I have Elitza Hernandez.
She's LCDA.
Okay.
All right, LCDA. So is Flora.
Well, I thought it would work much more simpler than this.
Well, this is what, we're learning. Okay.
If I can help really quickly, I can see some names. So Mariana and Stephanie should be in LCDA. And April and Essen should be in Oklahoma City Public Schools.
Okay, so April and Emily needs to go to OKCPS.
Cover everybody. I wanted to check everybody before I went into a room.
Jade goes to North Care.
And Beth Martin, let me check the chat. See which. Don't see her in the chat.
April was going where?
I put her in OKC.
Oklahoma City Public.
Okay. There's like a delay from when you assign for when they actually disappear, depending on if they click the button, I think. Okay.
So I have,
Beth can go to, I think Beth can go to any of them because she's from the state. And Thomas, his programs aren't on, so he could either be assigned somewhere or he can just kind of stay in the main room. Who else do I see? Essence?
all of them are gone
I'm
on
not
my
sure
end.
where she's-
Everybody's in a room.
Okay, beautiful. Maybe it just took him a second. All right, so we're all good?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna bounce around for a bit. Thank you, Lisa.
Oh gosh.
That and we're probably going to be some help with that.
So I suppose that's back to, you were heading off onto father engagement before I interrupted. So Audi?
That's going to be a conversation between mom and dad.
Okay.
Because we're going to give that, and that's why we're going to be tracking to see like how many moms are actually setting, like dads are following through and watching it, even with mom. I know like Jennifer, you have that case.
So if it's boyfriend, stepdad, grandpa, whatever. Okay. Hey, Betsy, are you being a creep?
Everyone. So we can have that aspect of, you know, if they have not received, not necessarily the welcoming letter, because
well, we do have this father engagement survey that's like, how often are you responsible for
Glad that you're with us.
Don't know how to word. Increase the amount. I don't know how to word that. Does somebody know how to word it so it doesn't sound
What was it again? What?
like encourage fathers to read more? Should I just put increase the amount of fathers reading to their children?
Are you guys thinking of time that the father is reading, or the quantity of times that father sits down to read?
I would think quantity of times.
Okay. So if I can offer a suggestion,
Go for it.
increase the interactions that father has while reading with his child.
Sorry, guys, I'm blind. Okay. So one of the ways we can do this, look at you, Miss Daisy. Like I know, LaTrinda, you were going to the library to get specific books.
Yes, ma'am. I went to the library out in Moore. I know this is pretty ridiculous, but the one in Moore, if you check them out and you don't turn them in on time, they don't charge you a late fee. So that's where I was going to check my books out at.
That's a good idea in case they don't return them. Is that the Pioneer Library System?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we know, because I'm horrible, I know the little shed that's a library out here in Luther is still closed. I guess you can do a pickup. I'm just trying to think, like, how could we get provide dad-friendly books? And we could do, I still have that survey we did that like asks what types of books they'd like to read, what activities they would like to do. That way we don't have to reinvent the wheel.
You're saying kid-friendly dad books, or?
Dad-friendly kids books. So I know for me and Jim, like our books, I get like all the emotional ones and the feelings, and Jim gets the ones with the monster trucks or the tractors. So like kind of seeing what dads would like to read to their kids when they're newborns. I think one thing that we could encourage dads, this is what I had to do to Jim. He's not a big reader. He read the paper every day. And I'm like, read the paper to Theron. He's 3 months old. Read all about the OU games because that's all he wanted to read about. So I think we could kind of put that on the survey that depending on reading is reading. So they don't know what you're saying. No, I still wouldn't like read any of my horror books, but maybe I should have. Okay.
So it'd be based off of the dad's interest.
Yeah.
That's a good idea as far as, because some people are not really big readers. They only pick on what interests them. So that's pretty a good idea. That's good. Just
week before the next visit to share that video with dad.
Yes. Yeah, sounds good.
All right, and then at the next visit, you'll say, okay,
Like review their progress or
Gotcha.
they thought about it or their practice or yeah.
What discussion came out of just having a conversation with mom.
And then another drop-down box and 0 time, and 1 to 2, 3 to 4, or 5 to 7 times a week. And then with the A with the child, and then red with the child, the same options.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the question is about, we sent them the video. Did we watch it? What kind of discussion came from it? Did the father watch it? I am going to push for those ideas all have the same kind of time frame. So if the questions would be, did you receive, so you go to one visit and then you ask, did we send you
So then you'd have to add, the only change here is under process measure, we would actually add in between the never and at least once a week, you'd have at least once a month. You'd add an extra little category in there.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get like
kind of like she was saying, what's good about this is that it is constantly changing. So if we start this, say February 1st,
Welcome back. Still have people rejoining from the breakout rooms. Oh, everybody came flooding back. We are going to take a break. So we'll take 15 minutes. We'll restart at 2:30. So at 2:30, what we'll do is have each program review what they discussed. So the change theory diagram, however far they got in their PDSA planning. So we'll do about 10-minute presentations for each group once we get back. But why doesn't everyone take a 15-minute break, and we'll see you all back at 2:30. Thank you.
Leslie Barajas.
buddy, you want a treat? I'm talking wop, wop. Real hot girl shit.
Hello, welcome back. We're gonna get started again. So I was able to sit on all the meetings. It sounded like all the groups were having some really productive conversations. I know time flew by and maybe you didn't get quite as far as you'd hoped. So in the interest of kind of making progress, we're gonna do short 10-minute presentations where you just walk through where you are. So if you have your change theory diagram, you can show us that, your PDSA template, and just walk us through where you are so far, kind of questions, any thoughts that you have, trying to plan out the next round. We'll go in the same order just to keep it consistent. So we'll start with Bethany Public Schools. Amy, you back on, and could you walk us through PDSA for this round?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll start with the change theory diagram. Maybe it'd be better if I started with the PDSA to make more sense. I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay, whichever way works for you.
So this time we are enhancing our project. Says, why was this change selected? In the current climate, because of the increased stress from the pandemic, self-care is increasingly important. We want to see moms and dads support each other in caregiving and reduce the stress. So basically what we want to do is see fathers participate in more of the child care activities. And in the meantime, that will give moms time for self-care. But as we discuss this, we realize it's important for fathers to engage in self-care as well. So we would like them to collaborate together to share the duties of childcare to give each other time for self-care. So our SMART aim at this point is by June 30th of 2021, by engaging caregivers and self-care opportunities using parent-child activities, 15% of caregivers will report an increase in father engagement. Our weekly outcome measures, we will still use the father engagement survey to monitor those responses. We will also be asking each parent if they completed a self-care activity for the month. The process measure, how often did the dad focus on the activity targeted by mom? We would also like, we're thinking right now about starting with mom and where would she like to see dad participate in childcare more. So that's where we're at right now, is letting mom target the activity. We will also be distributing handouts. We will be introducing and reintroducing the topic of self-care. We've done a PDSA focusing on self-care before. So we will distribute those handouts to mom to share with dad. Our disruptor measure is still the same, that the father may be unavailable. Our prediction, by encouraging families to focus on supporting each other as caregivers engaging in self-care, we hope to see decreased stress and increased overall engagement with the father and the family. Our task and tools, we will still use much of the same. We will still start out with the touch point to find out our eligible father figures. We are also discussing having the parents send us evidence of the self-care. So if we do that, then we will still need probably some type of consent form. We wouldn't necessarily ask for videos, but maybe just a text message or a picture of them engaging in self-care. We'll still use the father engagement survey. We will, instead of activities sent to the family, it'll be the curriculum. And as far as the evidence, they still will need to, if we decide for them to send us the evidence. So both staff will implement the change. The targeted, the clients is who we're targeting, 1 visit per month. So our plan at this point is the parent educator will introduce or reintroduce the importance of self-care with the client in reducing stress. Families will also receive the curriculum materials related to the care of the child. For example, it might be bedtime routines or feeding routines. The caregivers will work together to share these tasks with the goal of giving one another time for self-care. At each visit, mom will report whether she and the father had the opportunity to spend time focusing on self-care and how frequently the father engaged in tasks caring for the child in the prior week. Mom will respond to the father engagement survey once per month. So once again, in the consumer's home, once per month. And I think that's where we left off. I think that's our previous information. So our change theory diagram, we're going to start out by the family receiving the curriculum and information about the self-care. Our disruptor measures will stay the same if there's no father figure available, or the father says he does not have time to participate. The parents will be encouraged to use the parent-child activities as a way to give each other self-care time. Once again, a disruptor would be if the family doesn't follow through with the activities, and we hope that the results are the parents will have reduced stress and at the same time improving father engagement as the father engages in more of the childcare activities. Any questions?
That's great. Thank you so much. I'll kind of open it up for questions first. Anyone thoughts, questions, feedback? So Amy, for this one, so what you're saying is basically instead of having those activities that were distributed to families saying, here's an activity you can try with your kid. Instead, you're going to give them some curriculum around the importance of self-care and then encourage them to kind of partner together to give each other each a break. And so you're going to track, did they each get a chance to do self-care? And did dad kind of take on father responsibilities so that mom could engage in the self-care?
Correct.
I like
Exactly.
it. Very nice. So kind of combining two of the projects you've done in the past.
Right.
And for your SMART aim, did you have, maybe you could pull it up again. Because I was just going to see, did you have a specific kind of expectation for the level of change that you were hoping to see in families, or?
I think, well, this time we said 15% of the caregivers will report an increase. I guess 15% of the mothers will report an increase in father engagement. So.
Okay, so using that core measure that we talked about earlier today. So
correct.
That one.
Correct.
Okay, great. Any kind of issues or concerns you have going in that you were thinking about, or?
I'm sure we will have some issues. I don't know, we got far enough to, I mean, one thing we didn't want the father to have resentment that we were wanting the father to participate in more of the childcare to give the mother time to herself. So that's why we decided to focus on the self-care of both parents.
Mm-hmm.
And like we said, especially during this time when a lot of people are experiencing high stress, that we can focus on how to take care of ourselves to help reduce that stress. So we were trying to, avoid some of the issues by having both parents collaborate and share the activities, or share in the child care more.
That sounds great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, the next group is LCDA. Patty?
Yes. We didn't finish, so.
That's okay. You weren't expected to finish. This is a start, so just kind of walk us through where you are.
Yeah. Well, let me just go with this one. So we want to continue basically what we did, but it was just more with new dads. And I'm pretty sure that later on we might modify a few things, but we're going back and forth. So we're gonna call it Dads in Action. So we wanted to start February 1st, I hope so. And that we believe that, again, I mean, instead of just welcoming the new dads, and because it's not gonna be maybe a welcoming for those that have been several years, so maybe it's gonna be like an encouraging letter with the fatherhood materials as well. So either welcoming or encourage, sending something to dads, providing that information about the importance and the role that will increase the father involvement. So our SMART aim is that starting February 1st, all families enrolled in PAT and Safe Care that have a father figure living at home will demonstrate a 5% increase in their father involvement behavior by June 30th, 2021. And that's going to be more with a pre and post test. So the weekly measures is going to be that welcome or encouraging letter with the materials that we're going to be sending to dads. We're going to have that pre and post test later on as well. And the conversations that the workers will have with moms, by encouraging dads to spend time either by playing or reading or eating with the family. And of course, we're going to be also tracking those aggregated questions on a bi-monthly basis. So we're going to be tracking materials that are distributed, and the frequency of engagement between the dad and the child will be with that pre and post test that we're going to be doing. So we'll track if the father was not able or not willing to interact with that child as a disruptor. So our predictions that dads will feel more welcome into the program, and they will increase their knowledge of the importance of the role. And with that, they will increase the father involvement. So things that we need to do, we already have one letter, but the encouraging letter will be a little bit different. And I think here's what I don't have. The pre and post test will be the first thing. Well, we have to create it, but then I guess in the plan that will be in there. But the materials, basically, we already have the ones that we have selected, but someone suggested maybe a video. So we're going to look into maybe if we can find a video that maybe talks about this in case the fathers don't like to read. If we find one that we think that it would be good, maybe we'll incorporate that. So for an ETO, we will have to have, like, if they're participating in this PDSA, it's going to be every single family that has a father figure. So it'll be everyone basically that has a father figure. And if we have given those materials, and then it will be another one with the pre information and the post information with that frequency of engagement. So parent educators and family support workers will be doing that. It'll be with all families enrolled in the program that has a father figure. So in here is a little different. We're gonna have to do, I guess that's when we stop and I need to modify things, but we'll be doing a pre-test before to know how frequent dad participates, or plays with a child, or eats with as a family with a child, or, reads to the child. And then we'll be sending that packet with the welcoming or encouraging letter with the father materials that we've been sending. And then we'll have the post test after that. I don't know how much we in here. I don't know how much I have this, but with this, and I'm not sure if I have it all, but I think, again, we have a pre-test with that. Some of the disruptors could be, if they cancel the home visit and we couldn't do it at that moment, we're going to be mailing the letter and the other fatherhood materials. Another disruptor, if father doesn't read the materials. If FOB feels more welcome, if they're new families, or encouraged to participate in the activities, either playing or eating or reading to the child, then we'll have that process to measure the frequency that will get to increase father involvement. That's it.
Okay, great. And how about the change theory diagram? Have you started putting that together?
That you didn't see that? I didn't show you.
No, we could see the PDSA template, but not the change theory.
I thought I was showing you that. Let me, okay, so the change theory, where did I go? It's what I read, so I have it, but I don't know now where it went.
It's okay, these things happen.
I'll send it to you.
Too many things open.
No, I don't know what I have open. Yeah. I don't know what it went. Nope, it's not this one. I thought that you could see that one. I don't know what I did with it. When I find it, I'll send it.
Okay. Well, In the meantime, thoughts, questions from anybody in the group about LCDA's proposed project? For the materials, Patty, that you're planning to distribute, so you have the welcome and encouraging letter, and you talked also about kind of other father-related materials. Is that a one-time letter
Yeah.
that you're planning to
It's
send
gonna
out?
be like a packet.
Okay, so there'd be a whole packet of information that they receive. If they're new, they get it at enrollment. If they're existing, you'll just send it out when you send out all the other ones.
Mhm.
So it'll be a one-time.
And I mean, we will continue depending of the situation that each worker will know more the situation of that mom, if it's a pregnant mom or, you know, so they can still be given them other additional information, but as a packet, it will be more, if it's a new family, because we're gonna be enrolling some new families, will be a welcoming. The other one will be more like encouraging letter, knowing that we've been in the program already this time, that maybe, you know, we have not reached out to him, but this is what we want them to do, and then the information that we send them, and that, you know, we would want to see them participating either in any of those 3 activities, playing with the child or reading to the child, or, you know, either as a family. And with the pre and post test, we'll be just measuring how frequent they were doing it before this time, and then after the time after they focus on this information. And then a lot will be the workers, you know, encouraging just that to be able to do activities with the child.
Okay, great. Any other
I
thoughts?
don't know where it went, I'm looking over here, and I did it, but oh, it's right. Let me see, it's right here. Yeah, now I found it. Let me see if I can share. You see it?
Yep.
Okay, so it was what I was saying, that with the pre-test, the mail letters with the fatherhood materials, you know, the conversations they will have, encouraging dad to do any of these 3 things, and then a post test. No.
Looks great. Thank you so much. So next we have North Care. Dwan, you want to walk us through your group's plan?
Yes. Okay, so like I said earlier, we're sticking to the DAT2K. We put part 2 this time. We're going to come up with a clever, like the sequel or something like that to name it. But so our overall primary driver is to increase the father engagement and home visitation services, even though they may not be during our session, still receiving the curriculum we're providing the mothers. And the change we selected was to increase father engagement and services by utilizing DAT2K. Our SMART aim is to increase the father engagement by tailoring services to be more adaptable to father's schedule. 20% of families with father figures will receive the DAT2K curriculum and report improvement in co-parenting based on families' reports and conversations. So our outcome measure, and these probably need some additional work, but just to kind of the basis is we're going to look to see track if mother reports improvement in co-parenting, and then process measure would be to track to see if father actually received and viewed the DAT2K video on a weekly basis. Some of the disruptors that we discussed was just, again, the overall just lack of fathers in homes to participate in the service. And then another disruptor we could possibly see happening is mothers not sharing, kind of being that gatekeeper and not sharing the video with the dad between the sessions like we're asking them to, and there's numerous reasons why that may be happening, but that could be a disruptor as well. Some predictions is that fathers will be more willing to learn skills if videos are provided outside of sessions and can be discussed with their partner. And so that way it's more conducive. They can do it when they're available versus our sessions. and that they may be more comfortable talking to their partner about the video versus us as home providers going in and talking to us about them. So tasks and tools needed just to develop the new DAT2K outline. We currently have an outline, but it's very detailed. And since we really are simplifying this to make it easier for the providers to know which videos to send which weeks, I'm modifying that to make it a little bit smoother for them. Also, we'll need to ask the mothers if they would like to share the videos with the fathers, and then make sure that we're sending them after each session and following up with the mother during the next session if the videos were received and if they were able to show them with the father and if there was any discussion or practice that occurred. Providers will also attempt to meet with dads because we thought it would be important to at least have one conversation during all this with dad, whether that be the dad is available for one of our sessions and jumps on for a few minutes so we can kind of ask their feedback and what they're gaining from the videos. And if they're not able to do that, maybe a follow-up call with dad just to kind of touch base and see if there's any additional questions they have or needs or just feedback overall. And then our plan is to do this with all the providers and to provide it with any father in which PCI or parenting piece has not already been completed. We discussed that we think we could even implement this to some degree, even if the mother was currently in the parenting module, that we could get the dad caught up fairly quickly and still be able to complete this with them, even if they're currently in the module. And then of course, any new cases that come into the program during this time we would offer this. And then again, we're just going to be showing the videos for the families to just overall just willing to participate in the program with any of the fathers that are willing to. Where, again, in the home or through telehealth. And I'll share our change theory. And this is just basically how we're gonna do it is just develop that outline for the providers, ask the moms if they would like to share the videos. One disruptor would be if there's no dads in the home, send the video to the parents, follow up with mom during the next session. And we're gonna just ask simple questions about, did they share the video with dad? And do they feel like it's improving their co-parenting? Are they able to have discussions and talk about how they're going to implement it together as parents? And then again, another disruptor is mom doesn't share the video, and then just following up with dad at some point during the services.
Great, thank you. Thoughts, questions?
Duan, this is David.
Yes.
Am I understanding correctly that what separates this PDSA from the last one is the creation of that outline, or was there an outline previously and you're just altering the outline?
We are altering the outline. I'm simplifying it. And then before, we were only delivering DAT2K during the session, the actual home visitation session with mom also. Okay. So this allows us to be able to share the videos outside of sessions, and hopefully more dads would be willing to view the video if they're not having to attend the home visit.
I see. Okay, well, that makes a lot of sense. Is the criteria any different than before? I can't remember if, did they have to be, they had to be involved in PCI previously, right?
Yes, yeah, they have to. That really is the only requirement, is they have to be somewhere in that PCI curriculum to be able to start this.
Having not watched one of these videos, how long do they last, and how, I guess, self-guided are they?
They're pretty basic. They are very short. None of them are more than like 5 minutes. Usually on average about 2 to 3 minutes. And they really do a condensed summary of showing what we're teaching mom. So they kind of give like the whole reason behind the skill that they're learning that week, and then show how it's utilized between a dad and a child. So there's some modeling that goes into it also.
I think this is a great example of adapting to the barriers you faced in the first PDSA, and completely appropriate. I know you were disappointed at how few fathers got to view these videos in the last PDSA, so let's hope that more of these videos are viewed this go around.
Thank you.
Other thoughts, questions people had? Thanks so much, Tuan. Okay, next we have Yolanda, OKC Public Schools. Oh, I think you're still muted, Yolanda.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
That's all right.
So we are kind of resume what we left before we start the other project. And it was leaving activities. Before we were doing activity and activity pages. Now we're just gonna leave activity. Of course, it can be also with handouts. The way that we are trying to get this is completed now is we are delivering some bags with materials. So we try to include whatever we are doing now, but include that. And again, it's gonna be the change to support child development, father-child interactions, and of course, enhance parenting skills. We are the aim increase participation to at least once a week up above. We're going to be using the same measurements that we were doing before on the father involvement scale by 50%. And of course, the day is June, if nothing changed, 30th. And families introduced to the activity or activities and reduce the percentage of never to 0%. This is going to be, the data is going to be collected monthly, and the process measures, the parent educator provide activities for fathers, mothers share activities with fathers, and how many times father has complete activity with a child. And when we say father is father figure. We got never, once a month, at least once a week, a few times a week, and every day. We also know that the last time we collect this information about the reading, fathers reading with children, and they were very, we have a good amount of dads that were doing that. So we still want to introduce and continue collecting this data and introduce the, also the information and the same, we're going to be using the same measure, never, once a month, at least once a week, a few times a week, or every day. Disruptors, of course, there is no father figure in the home. Parent educator doesn't bring the activity. Mothers doesn't share the activity with father. Father refused to do the activity. Father does not complete the activity with child. And I think we kind of, Chris, make a note about that, was like maybe the refusal is like very active, say no, I don't want to do it. And the other one was like a passive aggressive. And we have a disruptor that I don't think we have it the last time. It was father figure is not able to read because we never collect that information. Maybe we have some fathers that they're not. Predictions is that father will learn to enjoy and spending time with children on a daily basis. And what we're gonna do is prepare the welcome letters to fathers. We already have done it. Provide the activities to the families with a father figure in the home, and add questions in ETO, and we already had talked to Anira about that. Who is going to be doing implementing? Of course, the parent educators and myself. Who is going to be target family and fathers, and parent educator will provide a welcome letter to fathers, to the families that have a father figure. And this, again, this data is going to be collected once a month. Where for now is going to be virtual. If anything change, of course, we will do it. And we are going to start collecting these from February the 1st to June 30th. So let me go ahead and try to change. The change, of course, like I was saying before, increase father-child interaction, welcome letters, provide activities to fathers, mother shared activities with fathers, fathers complete activity, and improve relationship with fathers. Disruptors, parent doesn't bring the activity or mother doesn't share the activity, father refused to do the activity or fathers do not complete the activity. We thought that, I mean, we were doing these and for some reason COVID came and we had to kind of make changes. So we are trying to resume like we left off. So any questions?
For the activity, Yolanda, what types of activities and how often are you going to be distributing those?
So we are going to get in the same, the parent educators are taking activities monthly. I mean, they're putting together 2-3 activities per month and leave it, you know, we only do the drop off one time, but it has activity number 1, activity number 2, and activity number 3. So every activity has a handout, and that's what we are trying to get completed every month. So the way that we were trying is, of course, not to put so much on the families and not to put so much on us, is to the same activities that we are delivering to the families, try to get the father involved in those activities. Of course, we had to relay in the mom if they shared activities with that. Some of the educators, they were saying that because sometimes if we do the virtual visit or on the phone, and we're not able to observe the interaction because a child doesn't want to participate or for some reason, we kind of have to go back again and say, hey, how the child did with this. And some families send information or they send text or they even send a picture. Hey, this is what we did with this. So we were thinking that, and it happens that sometimes when they get back to the educators, they have shown some pictures with that. So we were thinking that maybe we can use that also, that we can see the participation of the fathers.
Wonderful, thank you. Other questions, thoughts? All right. Thanks so much, Yolanda. We're going to then go to Shauna, Parent Promise.
Okay. Okay. I'm trying to get comfortable. All right, so here's our change theory diagram. We're going to choose to try to increase early literacy through father engagement. So encouraging our fathers to read more with their children, or we kind of defined it as talking to the kids, really anything that's literacy based. We will provide, well, we'll survey our dads and see what types of books they prefer to read to their children. We made note, like me personally, my husband hates to read. So when my son was a baby, I really encouraged him to just read the newspaper to him, read your sports magazines, like just read anything. So kind of getting what dad would like to read to their children. And then we also kind of threw activities in there too. One of the disruptors with that, of course, is no father involvement. Then we like the idea of having the PCG send a picture of the father engagement. That way there's just that little bit of proof, I guess, but we'll also just allow, if the families aren't comfortable with that, of course, they can just let us know. The disruptors to that is the no way to send a picture or video, and then with dad's schedule, if he's working crazy hours that it's really hard for him to read at bedtime, or if it just doesn't work in their schedule. And then our goal would be more parent-child interaction from FOB. And some of that, the disruptor on that would be just dad refusing to read or do an activity. And then language barriers or the ability to read. So the two highlighted disruptors, I think, are the ones that we're going to kind of focus on this cycle. My PDSA is not as complete as everybody else's. But our SMART aim was to increase fathers reading to their children by 10%. We kind of tossed around a lot of different ideas on how to measure that, like if we had a control group or if we provided specific books to some dads and just kind of our random books to others. So that I kind of have to sleep on before we get that all in order. But for the most part, this is it. So
it's great. So going back to father engagement and leaving virtual visits behind, is this something, so is this from kind of an adaptation of previous, or is this kind of starting from scratch? This is brand new.
I believe it was last January when we was that when we started the father engagement thing?
Should have been, yeah.
Somewhere around there, pre-COVID.
Pre-me too.
We did do something similar. We used, it was the mom satisfaction. So we used that satisfaction survey. We weren't getting a lot of those entered regularly. I think it was just a lot of information and out of sight, out of mind. Mm-hmm. We just kind of streamlined it to more focus on the reading aspect. And yeah, we'll see how this goes.
Mm-hmm. And so one of the things you said you're debating is whether you're going to provide the material or just kind of let parents choose for themselves. Is that kind of what you're thinking?
Yeah, we will provide the material. We got lucky. Somebody donated money right before Christmas that was just kind of up for families. And I had planned on spending it on books. So we talked about having our families utilize the library systems, of course, but if transportation's a problem, maybe spending that money on dad-friendly books that we could allow them to check out from Parent Promise. But yes, we would be providing them a book at each visit. We do that anyways, so this would just be more dad-focused type. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Other thoughts, questions for Shauna? Okay, thank you so much, Shauna.
Thank you.
All right, well, we are getting rapidly through the schedule, so let me go back to our original. Okay, thank you everyone for hanging in throughout the day and participating. We are now going to jump just to wrap up and And originally I asked David to do this. So I don't know, David, if you still want to say anything or if you want me to do wrap up. I was supposed to have to take kids, but since we got done earlier, I do not need to go pick up kids yet.
I'll let you review it, Helen, but something that's not on that list on slide 60 that probably should be are rounding calls or prep calls. I'm not sure what to call them, to go over the PDSAs that were developed today, sort of finalize those and talk through any other issues that come to mind in the next week or so as the content you've assembled today you take back to your teams and think more clearly about what's feasible and how is this going to work in practice. So we've done this in the past, and I know Lisa's on. Lisa will want to schedule all of the programs for about a 30 to 40-minute call to review the developed PDSA and talk through any of those adaptations that will take place in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, I had it on my schedule next week to schedule some rounding calls. I was going to follow up with you all about that, but okay.
Excellent. So rather than the 3 to 5 that we typically do, we'll do all, I guess, 11 programs, the only exceptions being the 2 C1 programs.
Okay.
And I think most programs were aiming for a February 1st start date. So as much as possible, trying to get the calls in before then.
Okay, I'll try.
If that's feasible. It's ambitious.
I'll look and see. I don't know if it's feasible, but I'll definitely try.
And so also not on that list is that, within the next week to 2 weeks, we'd really like to obtain your final copies of the PDSA template and change theory diagram. And as soon as we have that, our group can be looking at it together and maybe handle some of these back and forth tweaks by email.
Okay, perfect. So the rest of this is just kind of review. But as you know, now that you've put together at least a preliminary idea for your next round of PDSAs, what we'll be doing is working with you, especially your analysts, to think about exactly what data you'll want to collect and then how that's going to be tracked in ETO. And so in those calls, those follow-up calls that David just mentioned, we'll go through kind of the entire PDSA template with you, the change theory diagram, and then really try to think through your outcome measures, your process measures, and your disruptor measures so that we make sure we're tracking that in ETO. And then, as you know, the analyst will develop a dashboard. So you'll get monthly and weekly updates on how that's going. So you'll be able to track how the PDSA is shaping up. And then we'll have monthly calls and bi-monthly rounding calls. And you'll be able to check in regularly with the team. And then finally, we realized that this is kind of a work in progress. So there might be some revisions and changes that need to happen. So we'll kind of regularly check in to see if we need to update or change anything. And then the next learning session, I think we were talking, David, probably a July date for that. Does that sound right? Okay. Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry. Yeah, we'll probably shoot for mid-July, much like we did this last summer. Was I on mute still?
Sounds
Everybody?
good.
Okay.
All right. I think that's all I have. David, was there anything else you wanted to say before we wrap up?
No, I was on the phone, I think, when somebody asked a question, I think it was Patty, about the topic for this learning session. So just to clarify, obviously father engagement is still something we're working on. And I did chime in about, the possibility of choosing other topics if necessary. And that holds through this whole phase. So if COVID continues to be disruptive and maybe even more disruptive in the future than it is today, we can change course if necessary. And I apologize for any confusion leading up to today about the sessions that are ahead come July of 2021. But we will shift away from father engagement to developmental monitoring and promotion at that time. And so you heard some teasers in presentations at the monthly calls in November and in December about that. You'll be getting more of those details as we go in the upcoming monthly calls as we get closer and closer to that July date. In addition to wrapping up the father engagement PDSA work, we'll be previewing some of the change ideas that have been assembled for that next topic. And as always, we're interested in input from those on the ground. And if you've got an idea that you'd like to bounce off us for that next project, I'd say it's never too early. And we're right in the midst of that, of putting that key drivers diagram together. So we'd love to hear from you.
How about from the group? Any questions, thoughts, final comments?
I wanted to chime in for a couple of minutes, Helen. Anira here.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. So I first wanted to appreciate your team for such a nice learning session. I was in the break room with OKC Public Schools and was able to give some input regarding ETO. Just wanted to just tell everybody I'm like already ready and expecting emails regarding changes to touch points. So feel free to whatever your teams decide and just reach out to me through emails. And I'll be happy to assist through any changes in ETO touch points as needed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anira. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I just want to take advantage that we're early, finishing earlier. So I just wanted to tell my team that I'm going to send them a Zoom invite after this, because we're gonna still meet, because if we're going to start February 1st, I want to be able to create the pre and post test. So just I'm going to send you a Zoom invite, girls. So we're going to meet after this.
Love it. Way to jump right in, Patty.
Yes.
Anyone else?
I'm not hearing a whole lot else. I purposely stood back quite a bit in this particular learning session, but I do want to just say congratulations to everybody on the second phase of your PDSAs. I really enjoyed seeing that reviewed this morning. I only got a chance to sit in on maybe 2 of the prep calls, so a lot of that was new information for me. But congratulations, great job as always, and I'm really excited about the findings that you shared today. I'm anxious to actually share that with others who are involved with our group in other locations doing similar work. So congratulations and thank you for all the hard work, especially during these unprecedented times.
Absolutely. And Lisa's going to be, she recorded this session. There's also the learning session for Tulsa next week on the 26th. So she'll be recording that as well. And you'll be able to see, she'll be distributing links to both of those. So if you are curious to learn what your partners in Tulsa are working on and some of their results, she'll have that posted for you so you can watch through on the YouTube channel and get more information about that. Unfortunately, we had to break up the sessions to keep it manageable, so you didn't get to see the Tulsa groups, but you will be able to look at it that way. And she'll also be emailing you with scheduling to figure out those follow-up calls, and then we'll start putting together the monthly calls that we've been having. So more to come on those. But in the meantime, if anybody has questions or issues and wants to reach out, feel free to contact us as we get those set up. All right. Well, thank you so much for sticking with us. And we really appreciate all the hard work that you're doing. And it was great to hear the results of everyone's projects. And have a wonderful rest of your day and an hour back to your time, unless you're in Patty's group. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye,
Bye.
everyone.
Okay. Thanks. Bye.